Chapter 52:11. In front of the third divine mountain, Lin Ling appeared. His entire body was covered in sweat. There were several times when he felt the urge to give up, but he endured it. This was because he discovered that the divine embryo was transforming once again. He looked up at the third divine mountain and took a step forward. At this moment, another 100 laws descended, suppressing his body. One had to know that he had yet to ascend the mountain. He instantly knew that this was an additional trial that Senior Guangqing had given him. Damn it! Lin Ling could only curse angrily. He gritted his teeth and continued onward. Just like that, amidst the pain and joy, Lin Ling continued to climb the divine mountains. As time passed, he was already carrying over 100 divine mountains behind him. As for the laws that were suppressed, Lin Ling himself was not clear. He only knew that as he continued to climb the divine mountains, his divine embryo continued to transform. Of course, his immunity to the universe's laws was also constantly increasing. Of course, compared to the constantly increasing laws, his immunity was still much slower. This caused him to repeatedly experience the feeling of impending death. Old brother Xianxia, I know that the trial isn't easy, but why did you give me extra materials? Do you really think that with my willpower and perseverance, I can really carry a divine mountain that's worth over 900 million? As he continued to climb, Lin Ling cursed inwardly. Although he knew that Guangqing was doing this for his own good, the feeling of impending death was truly uncomfortable. Look, heavens, that junior brother is still climbing. It's been so long. How many divine mountains has he climbed? Could it be that he's made of iron? This is at least over 100. Someone suddenly saw Lin Ling and shouted loudly. This caused the disciples resting at the base of the divine mountain to be alarmed. They could see that there were layers upon layers of divine mountains on Lin Ling's body. It was a terrifying sight. As for the disciples who were still climbing, they trembled in fright when they saw this scene. Because of this carelessness, they failed and fell from the peak to the base of the mountain. Didn't he just arrive? Those confident senior brothers were all staring at him. Just arrive? And then carry over 100 divine mountains on his back. This number surpassed theirs. For a time, they were so ashamed that they wanted to crawl into a hole. Because of Lin Ling, the entire divine mountain became silent. As the main character, Lin Ling naturally didn't know the reactions of the disciples. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. After all, they were only disciples of Master Guangqing. In terms of seniority, they had to call him Martial Uncle. Lin Ling was still climbing the mountain with all his might. Gradually, he surpassed another divine mountain. He was already numb, and his mind was blank. He was constantly reaching the limits of his body, and the feeling of his body on the verge of collapse made him forget the feeling of his body. That feeling was as if his body did not belong to him. This was also the first time Lin Ling had experienced such a feeling after becoming a deity. In the end, he continued to climb the mountain numbly. He didn't know how many mountains he was carrying on his back. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Ling finally fell from the sacred mountain. 327 divine mountains. Many disciples were watching Lin Ling climb the mountain, their faces pale. They knew how great the pressure of carrying 327 sacred mountains in a short period of time was. After all, this was the result of others training here for thousands of years. Now that he failed and fell from the sacred mountain, not only did people not mock him, they even looked at him with admiration. Hurry and help that junior brother, someone shouted. However, Lin Ling, who fell from the sacred mountain, seemed to have entered a void and gradually disappeared. He left? What happened? Everyone was shocked. One of the senior brothers frowned and pondered for a moment before suddenly saying, Master took him away. The moment they heard the two words Master, many people revealed expressions of awe and deep envy. How long had that junior brother been here? He could meet Master so soon. However, they didn't know that their so-called master was actually Lin Ling. He could meet him at any time. At this moment, on the 18 Dragon Mountains on the 6th level, a light suddenly appeared. Then a man fell. He was Lin Ling. Dragon stones were everywhere around him. They were sparkling and resplendent, and there were even 9 dragon stones among them. However, Lin Ling didn't wake up. He was still in a deep sleep. After experiencing countless life and death crises, his mind couldn't take it anymore, and he fainted. However, inside his body, his 8 dantians were undergoing transformation. The lightning lock physique, human monarch's flame, twin dragon physique, hellish ghost hell physique, and many others were all transforming into a mutated divine physique. Originally, these talents had reached their limits, and it was very difficult to improve them. But in Guang Chengzi's universe, they were changed. Guang Chengzi used his supreme universe to change Lin Ling's fate. If he wanted to bring out the results after the change, it would depend on Lin Ling himself. He wanted to resist the laws of the Tao Pagoda, so he had to carry countless laws on his back to climb the mountain. And now, he had successfully brought out the results of his cultivation in Guang Chengzi's universe. So many dragon stones. Suddenly, an exclamation was heard. An old man brought several disciples and accidentally barged in. After seeing the scene in front of them, they were all scared silly. Brother Chun, the disciples were so excited that they couldn't close their mouths. They weren't weak, and they were all early-stage deity realm universe giant gods. And that old man was even a middle-stage deity realm universe giant god. They had been walking in the 18 Dragon Mountains for many years and had encountered dragon stones before. But this was the first time they had seen such a large area of dragon stones. This made them so happy that they almost forgot about themselves. Wait, there's someone. Suddenly, a woman looked at a corner and said, she saw a white-haired young man lying there, and at this moment, he was endlessly absorbing the surrounding dragon stones. How strange. He clearly fainted, but he's cultivating by himself. The old man called Brother Chen frowned. It's too dangerous for him to just lie there like this. The woman frowned. Forget it. It's fate that we met. Let's take care of him while we're at it. There's so many dragon stones here, enough for us to use. He can't absorb much. The old man called Brother Chun waved his hand, and then everyone excitedly started to collect the dragon stones. But they didn't see that although Lin Ling was lying there, his eyebrows moved slightly. In fact, he had already woken up. It was just that his body had been overloaded for too long, so he needed some time to recover. Most importantly, he found that his various divine embryos had all stepped into the ranks of deity bodies. Although they weren't powerful deity bodies, the foundation was enough for him to become much stronger. Moreover, after the birth of his deity body, his deity power was also increasing crazily. And what made him speechless was that because of the birth of his deity body and the fact that he was in the land of dragon stones, his body was actually absorbing the dragon stones on its own and breaking through. It was precisely because he was close to breaking through that he didn't move. Fortunately, these people aren't so greedy. Otherwise, with my current strength, I'd definitely die. Chapter 52:12. However, it's better to hold on to my life. Lin Ling grasped the time to break through and was very excited. The special training this time had shown its effects. His divine embryo had transformed into a godly body and was close to breaking through. His divine energy would definitely increase greatly. Looking at the people around, he saw that the old man was leading the group to collect dragon stones, completely ignoring Lin Ling. Big brother, look. But at this moment, a large number of footsteps could be heard, following which rays of light flowed and a large number of people appeared in the surroundings. They stared at the resplendent dragon stones, and their expressions changed. These are dragon stones that were just born from the earth. They should have been buried for hundreds of millions of years. Now, most of the dragon stones on the surface of the earth have been collected. These large quantities of dragon stones must have been dug out from the earth. We're rich. They were discussing spiritedly, ignoring the old man and the others. TSK, TSK. I even saw 9 dragon stones. A male who seemed to have a high status shouted. His body was flickering with 5-colored light, and he seemed to be extremely powerful. The old man and the others were shocked. Although they had guessed that the dragon stones here would be discovered soon, they did not expect it to be so fast. All of you, get lost immediately. Put down the dragon stones under you. Suddenly, a voice could be heard. The male, who seemed to have a high status and was wearing a cloak, said coldly. They had obviously discovered the old man and the others long ago. Seeing that there were not many of them, they naturally did not put them in their eyes. Furthermore, although the old man was a middle-stage deity universe giant god, there were several early-stage deity universe giant gods on their side. In terms of combat power, they were not weak. Put down the dragon stones? Didn't we waste our efforts to collect them previously? Everyone beside the old man was furious. According to the rules of the 18 Dragon Mountains, if the land of dragon stones was discovered, the strong could occupy it and the weak could leave. However, there was always a way out. As long as the dragon stones were obtained by the weak, most of them will be taken away by them. Now, these people had obviously violated the unwritten rules. This was greed. Your Excellency, that old man frowned and said, "We are from the Nine Kong clan." The other party sneered and reported his origin. Sure enough, the old man, they all were originally unresigned. But after hearing about the Nine Kong clan, their expressions clearly changed. The Nine Kong clan was one of the 6 levels 12 divine clans. Their strength was powerful and their numbers were numerous. How could they be what they could provoke? It could be said that on the 6th level, even unknown itinerant cultivators would not dare to face the 12 god tribes head-on. And it was said that the 7th floor was even more exaggerated. If an unknown rogue cultivator appeared, the 12 god clans would join forces to obliterate them, proving that the latter half of the Dao Pagoda belonged to the god clan. I'll give you the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. The reason it's the time it takes for an incense stick to burn is to give you time to hand over the dragon stone. Another voice came from the Nine Kong clan. The Protoss are indeed overbearing. Brother Chun, what should we do? A woman beside the old man said unwillingly. What else can we do? Take out all the dragon stones you obtained earlier. The old man sighed. The situation was beyond their control. They had no choice but to lower their heads. If you still have dragon stones after the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, then don't blame us for being impolite. At this time, the Nine Kong clan's voice sounded out again. The old man and the others immediately widened their eyes. Although they had obtained some dragon stones here, they had quite a few dragon stones themselves. Now they had to hand them all over. This was too much. Your Excellency, it's not good to kill them all. The old man endured again and again, but now he could not hold it in anymore. There's only one incense stick of time. The other party ignored him and watched the flow of time. There's another person there. He's actually absorbing the dragon stones, and his speed isn't slow either. How greedy. Even when he's about to die, he still hasn't forgotten to steal our treasures. Suddenly, someone saw Lin Ling lying in the corner. Kill him. The man in the lead waved his hand. Wait, didn't you say there was still one incense stick of time? When the old man saw this, he could not bear it and hurriedly shouted, Although I gave you one incense stick of time, not only did that person not hand over the dragon stones, he continued to steal, so we killed him first. The Nine Kong clan's people replied expressionlessly. You guys are too despicable. You can have the dragon stones, but I won't let you kill him. The old man's anger towards the Nine Kong clan had reached its limit. He actually took the initiative to walk over to Lin Ling's side, wanting to protect Lin Ling. Brother Chun. The people behind him immediately shouted, but they also looked at the Nine Kong clan angrily and walked over to Lin Ling's side. Originally, they were already unhappy that they had occupied the land of dragon stones. The most despicable thing was that they had violated the unwritten rules and wanted to take back the dragon stones that they had obtained. They even wanted them to take out all the dragon stones that they had secretly hidden. This was simply going too far. They seemed to be helping Lin Ling, but in fact, they were expressing their dissatisfaction from another angle. Are you guys courting death? The man leading the Nine Kong clan laughed strangely. His expression was full of ridicule. It seems that you don't know the strength of my Nine Kong clan, or rather, you guys don't know what kind of existence the Nine Kong clan is. We know what kind of existence the Nine Kong clan is, so we will hand over the dragon stones. But you should never have one at our secret stash. Moreover, you killed people before the time was up. You have violated the taboo of the 18 Dragon Mountains. The old man had already arrived in front of Lin Ling, blocking him and shouting at the same time. At this moment, Lin Ling naturally knew what was happening outside. He was very surprised by the old man's decision, but he was also secretly grateful, because he had already reached the critical moment of his breakthrough, and he was just a little bit away from successfully breaking through. Originally, he had already planned to stop these people at the risk of failing his breakthrough. After all, although the breakthrough was crucial, his life was more important. Moreover, the people of the Nine Kong clan were not weak. They had a god-level middle-stage universe giant god, so he had no choice but to risk his life. As for Guang Qingzi and the others, they seemed to have disappeared without a trace, causing Lin Ling to have to rely on himself. Kill them. At this moment, a loud shout was heard. The man leading the group could not be bothered to reason with them, and he directly started killing. They want to kill us before the time it takes to burn an incense stick is up? Brother Chun, I think they have no intention of letting us go at all. They want to kill us all. The people beside the old man all shouted coldly. They were all god-level universe giant gods, and they were usually proud and arrogant people. Now that they had been repeatedly humiliated, they were ready to risk everything. So what if they want to kill us all? A few figures immediately shot over, their speed as if they were traversing the universe. Powerful, godly energy blasted over. Everyone be careful, the old man shouted. He also activated his godly energy, and a rope appeared in his hand. With a wave of his hand, he actually tied up one of the Nine Kong clan's gods. This rope was obviously extraordinary. It was a precious treasure that could even increase the old man's godly energy. You're courting death. The Tide God cursed, feeling that he had lost the face of the God clan. Chapter 52:13. Let me go, or all of you will die. The tied-up god was still cursing. The old man's eyes flashed, and he finally let go of the god. The Nine Kong clan was the overlord, so he did not dare to force them. Die! Unexpectedly, the moment the other party was freed, he immediately transformed into a huge conch shell. The conch shell blew out a gust of wind, and the power of the gods was incomparably terrifying as it rushed towards the old man. In the gust of wind, there was the sound of a tsunami, making people feel dizzy. Rumble. The gust of wind hit the old man, and he could not react for a moment. He could only resist with a rope, but he was still seriously injured. At his chest, his clothes were torn, and a conch shell mark appeared there, madly injuring the old man. Brother Chun. The others shouted and looked angrily at the god. Brother Chun had let him go, but who knew that this person would shamelessly sneak attack him? How can our Nine Kong clan be defeated so easily? I was just letting you go before. The god who attacked had a proud face, as if the previous sorry state had nothing to do with him. Hand over that trash. The others sneered. Dream on. Today, we would rather die than retreat. Seeing this, Brother Chun gritted his teeth and gathered his power of the gods again, preparing for the next battle. His eyes gradually turned red as well. After all, he was a god of the era. When he was powerful, all the gods and demons dared not disrespect him. However, after coming to the second half of the Tao Pagoda, he did not seem like a person. Moreover, he knew that many people had the same thoughts as him. However, the gods were too powerful, and they could do nothing about it. It's not fun to die too quickly. Come, let's continue. The gods of the Nine Kong clan were not in a hurry to deal with them. They were like cats playing with mice. Rumble. They attacked repeatedly, and the power of the gods was like an ocean, crashing into the old man and the others. At first, the old man and the others could still resist and even counterattack, but they were still afraid of the gods and did not dare to kill them. After a few attacks, they gradually fell into a disadvantage. One side was restraining their attacks, while the other side was unscrupulous. Naturally, there was no way to fight such a battle. As for the Nine Kong gods who were watching from the sidelines, none of them made a move. It was as if they were letting the juniors of their clan practice their skills. After all, it was merely an early-stage deity realm universe giant god from the Nine-Con clan, while Brother Chun was a middle-stage deity realm universe giant god. Bang, bang, bang. After a few consecutive attacks, Brother Chun and the rest finally couldn't hold on any longer. They were heavily injured and crashed to the ground. Okay, Geophone, kill them. At this moment, the leading man from the Nine-Con clan spoke. Brother Chun and the others' faces were pale as they gritted their teeth. They were angry and hated themselves for being useless. After all, they could have killed the other party earlier, but because they had too many misgivings, they had held back. In the end, they had been suppressed. Haha, so a middle-stage deity, giant cosmos god, is actually so weak. This deity energy doesn't even reach 200 trillion. What a waste. The people from the Nine-Con clan were naturally laughing complacently. Moreover, their eyes were filled with killing intent. They wanted to kill Brother Chun and the others. Wait. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, causing everyone to be stunned. Then, they realized that it was the white-haired man who was lying motionless on the ground. What do you have to say? The leading man from the Nine-Con clan immediately laughed. You're here for the Dragon Stone. Why do you want their lives? You're all deities, and it's not easy to cultivate. Why don't you let them go? Besides, I have a 9 Dragon Stone with me. Lin Ling's voice floated out. He had witnessed the battle between Brother Chun and the others, and he was actually very anxious. However, he was just a hair's breadth away from breaking through, so he had been holding back. 9 Dragon Stone. The people from the Nine-Con clan narrowed their eyes. This land of Dragonstone actually had a 9 Dragon Stone. However, this kind of treasure that required 9 dragon mountains to form was extremely rare. How could one satisfy them? Are you lying to me? The Nine-Con clan man's face darkened. Lying to you? Why would I lie to you? Lin Ling's voice floated out again. Besides, I have a secret to tell you. Regardless of whether you're lying to me or not, I know that you're on the verge of breaking through, so you're stalling for time. Right? The Nine-Con clan man pondered for a moment and immediately knew Lin Ling's idea. That's right. I'm indeed breaking through, and now I'm at the most critical moment. Lin Ling did not hide anything and continued. Most importantly, I have a big secret to tell you. Its value is definitely not lower than the 9 Dragon Stone. What secret? The other party asked. Because I'm not an ordinary person, but a very important person. I reckon that many of the 12 god clans are very interested in me. Lin Ling continued to stall for time. Haha, you're just a Saint Universe giant god. How important can you be? You're enough. Even if you're stalling for time, you should find a suitable excuse. Mocking laughter came from the Nine-Con clan. In fact, they all knew that Lin Ling was breaking through, but what was the use? After breaking through, he was still a saint. This did not pose a threat to them at all. Kill them. After that, the Nine-Con clan man became impatient. I can tell you that I'm Lin Ling from the battle in Purple Wind Cave not long ago. Lin Ling? You're Lin Ling? The Nine-Con clan originally wanted to kill Lin Ling and the others, but after hearing this, they obviously paused. Of course, their expressions were full of disbelief. After all, how could the rumored Lin Ling be so weak? He was only a saint. As far as they knew, there were countless great beings involved in the battle in Purple Wind Cave, including many middle-stage universe giant gods, the top 100 figures on the 6th level, and the Overlord, White Mountain Buddha. But Lin Ling and the others still managed to escape unscathed, which proved that they were very powerful. Nonsense, kill them. The Nine-Con clan man did not care about Lin Ling at all and wanted to attack. Maybe you don't believe me, but I can tell you that in the battle that day, the Myriad Sea clan sent Elder Wan, the Silver Moon clan sent Yin Xuanyu, and Yin Xuanyu had god ancestor Silver Moon, White Mountain Buddha, and other gods. I know all the opponents. If you kill me, you'll be wasting your chance. If you hand me over alive, the great god clans will definitely reward you handsomely. Besides, I killed Yin Xuanyu, which forced the battle to stop. Aren't you curious about how I did it? Lin Ling's voice continued to float out, which made the Nine-Con clan man stop in his tracks, and his eyes kept flashing. In fact, how could they not be curious? Even the entire 6th level was curious. Brother Chun and the others were also shocked. They were very curious about the origin of this white-haired man and how powerful he was. Haha, kill him. But at this moment, a loud laugh interrupted everyone's shock. It was the leader of the Nine Kong clan. He laughed sarcastically and said, "Are you done with your bullsh tea? Let me tell you, I don't believe you're Lin Ling. You're just playing with us to buy time. Unfortunately, I'm not as stupid as you think." He was not fooled at all. Chapter 52:14. If you're Lin Ling, then I'm still the Grandmaster of Heaven. In his fury, a god from the Nine Kong clan roared and attacked, shooting toward Lin Ling. Get lost. Brother Chun and the others wanted to help, but they were all injured and sent flying backward. Run! They shouted anxiously, but they could only watch as Lin Ling was killed. The expert from the Nine Kong clan came from in front of Lin Ling, and his powerful divine power suppressed him. Kill those people too. The rest of you, collect the dragon stones. The leader of the Nine Kong clan shouted indifferently. He was already looking at the dragon stones, and a smile appeared on his face. This was an unexpected fortune. At the same time, Lin Ling opened his eyes, and they flickered like a powerful universe, causing the god who attacked to be in a daze for a moment. He felt as if he had entered a great universe and could see the ancient 9 continents. This scene also disappeared instantly. Instead, he seemed to have appeared in an ancient underground palace. On both sides of the underground palace, countless corpses were lying there. There were corpses of divine beasts, ghost kings, and ancient giants. However, they were all dead. A staircase led to the top. The staircase was full of blood, as if it had been killed step by step. At the top of the staircase, a white-haired man stood there coldly with his hands behind his back. Who is it? The expert from the Nine Kong clan knew that it was fake, but he could not help but tremble. At this moment, the white-haired man slowly turned around, revealing a cold and emotionless expression. Plop! Even though he was from the Nine Kong clan and had experienced countless life and death situations, the man was still affected. His whole body trembled violently. Of course, these illusions also disappeared quickly. The man from the Nine Kong clan still maintained his attacking posture, but there was a hint of fear on his face as he stared at the white-haired man lying on the ground. The killing illusions from before came from this white-haired man. However, he was only at the saint level. The man made up his mind. Now, the brothers and sisters of the Nine Kong clan were all looking at him. How could he be merciful? Otherwise, he would be laughed at. Moreover, everything he had seen before was definitely fake. Go to hell, he roared with a ferocious expression. Enough. At the same time, Lin Ling lightly spat out 2 words. Previously, he was just a split second away from breaking through. That was why he had erupted with his universe and soul force to affect this man. And now, the breakthrough was complete. He didn't know what limit his strength had reached. However, all of his innate talents had entered the divine physique, and in addition to the breakthrough in cultivation level, the increase in divine power was definitely not weak. Panga's attack. Lin Ling also activated a powerful technique that allowed him to be immune to divine power. As for the man from the Nine Kong race, when his palm landed on Lin Ling's head, the sound of a tsunami could be heard, and all sorts of powerful and ancient auras were gushing out. He's dead. The man's smile became even more sinister. But the rest of the Nine Kong clan didn't pay attention to him at all. They were already collecting dragon stones. Only Brother Chun and the others were looking at Lin Ling, sighing and shaking their heads. You're the one who's ready to die. But at this moment, a cold voice that seemed to have come from the depths of hell was heard. Lin Ling stood up straight just like that. The man in front of him was still sneering, but his eyes were wide open. He was fine after taking a hit from him head-on. He suddenly thought of the terrifying scene he had seen before and gritted his teeth. Who are you? Lin Ling. Lin Ling spat out coldly as he slowly extended his palm. The strange thing was that his movements weren't fast, but the man felt that he couldn't resist. He could only watch as Lin Ling's palm grabbed at him. No. He struggled to shake his head. Bang! The hand grabbed the man's head and suddenly exploded, causing blood to splatter everywhere. No one except Brother Chun and the others saw this scene. They all opened their mouths wide. This white-haired man was so strong. One had to know that the god that was killed was a deity at the early stage of the universe giant god realm. They had always thought that this white-haired man was very weak, so they wanted to protect him. Nine Ascend's king, is it still not settled? At this moment, a god from the Nine Conch race shouted. He was still collecting dragon stones on the ground. Bang! A silhouette suddenly appeared and grabbed his head with his palm. A powerful force erupted and this deity's head exploded. After he died, his conch shells scattered all over the ground. What's going on? This time, many people sensed it. In fact, they were so strong that they could even detect the slightest movement. However, the person who attacked was too fast and stronger than them, causing two of them to die before they could react. Not good. Nine Ascend's king is dead, and Jiulu is also dead. When people saw the white-haired man, they all exclaimed. The leader of the Nine Conch race was collecting dragon stones. When he heard this, his pupils trembled, and he slowly turned around. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling stood there indifferently. His white hair was fluttering, and the killing intent on his body seemed to have solidified, rolling and surging. Now, he had already used the fusion talent and Panga's strike at the same time. He himself wasn't too sure how strong he was. After all, he had just broken through, but he was confident that no one present was a match for him. All of you must die, Lin Ling said coldly. You kill them. The gods of the Nine Conch race shouted. But Lin Ling didn't allow them to speak. The tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand, and a powerful killing intent erupted. Now his eternal killing world divine embryo had transformed into a killing godly body. It was the same for all his other talents. Xiao, with one sword, the killing intent that had disappeared for many years filled the air. An early-stage deity, Cosmos, giant god, fell. Next, another one. Ever since stepping into the second half of the Tao Pagoda, Lin Ling rarely relied on the various divine embryos to fight. His killing intent seemed to have been sealed in ice. And now, this killing intent had transformed into a godly body and once again descended into the world. My divine power was originally 8 trillion, but after the divine embryos transformed into godly bodies, it increased by 7 trillion. So it's now 15 trillion. But this isn't enough. Because my realm is broken through, my divine power is still increasing. Explode for me. Lin Ling was like layers of clouds being pushed aside, and the divine power hidden in his body crazily gushed out. After all, his foundation had increased twice in a row, and the divine power hidden in his body had multiplied. It would take some time to dig out and adapt. 25 trillion. In the end, Lin Ling shouted. His divine power had entered the ranks of 25 trillion, and after the fusion of talents, it was now in the ranks of 50 trillion. Of course, this divine power was not enough to obliterate early-stage universe giant gods. But other than his divine power, he also had a powerful fleshly body. Originally, his fleshly body had a strength of 100,000, but because of the upgrade of his godly body, it had undergone an earth-shaking change. His Panga body had become a 5-star. His fleshly body had increased to 15 trillion. A single Dan Panga's strike was 30 trillion. Adding up all his strength, it was 80 trillion. Although his strength was still a little lacking compared to the early-stage universe giant god strength of 100 trillion. But one had to know that Lin Ling's Panga body was stronger than the divine power, and it was immune to a small amount of divine power. If he used Panga's finger, his strength would increase by several times. Especially now that he had become a 5-star Pangu. This strength was even more obvious. Chapter 52:15. Peng. Blood blossomed, and endless godly energy poured out. Another god-level giant universe god was killed by Lin Ling. The ancient power dissipated at this moment. How can he be so strong? Brother Chun and the others witnessed this scene, and it was an eye-opener for them. This was the first time they saw such a heaven-defying giant universe god. So strong. The 9 Conch clan leader and the others were equally shocked. Now, other than the middle stage giant universe gods, no one could stop that white-haired youth. Moreover, the white-haired youth's aura was very strange. It gave people the impression that his godly body was very powerful, but if they sensed it carefully, they would realize that there was more than one godly body. It was as though it was a combination of many powerful godly bodies. Stop him. The gods in the middle stage of the god class were all roaring. They used the universe and all sorts of powerful god skills to seal Lin Ling inside. However, Lin Ling's universe appeared and broke the seal. Once again, it was like a fish entering the sea, crazily slaughtering the early stage deities. This is incredible. Could his godly energy have reached hundreds of trillions? Brother Chun and the others saw with their own eyes that Lin Ling's godly energy clashed with a god, and the one who was killed was that god. One had to know that this was a head-on clash. Brother Chun, he's so strong. Isn't it appropriate to bring him to that place? A woman beside him asked. Indeed, it's appropriate. However, it's hard to say whether he can survive this calamity. Brother Chun shook his head. Now, that white-haired youth was only killing early-stage deities, and there were still a few middle-stage ones. This battle wouldn't end so easily. This brat is strange. Don't just watch anymore. Attack. Sure enough, the leading man shouted. Previously, they were all stunned by Lin Ling and were in a daze. Now that they reacted, they knew that if they didn't act now, they would all be wiped out. Brat, you're courting death. An old man with long dark green hair was the fastest. His arm suddenly transformed into a huge pincer and cut toward Lin Ling. This pincer seemed slow, but in fact it carried the power of the universe, forcing Lin Ling to take it head-on and not retreat. You want to kill me? You're not enough. Lin Ling slashed out with his tyrannical song sword and displayed a martial arts sword technique that he had cultivated before. However, after taking it head-on, Lin Ling was still forced back. The deity energy of middle-stage deity giant cosmos god was too strong. And this was because Lin Ling had used Pangu's strike and was immune to the divine power. Otherwise, even if he had broken through, he might not have been able to block that move. Hey, you got away. The old man sneered, and a cloud burst out from his body. He disappeared, and the crab pincer appeared again on Lin Ling's body, clamping down. With this clamp, it was not difficult to tear apart the universe. At the critical moment, Lin Ling roared and urged the universe to resist. Although these people were all middle-stage universe giant gods, they were still much weaker than Yin Shuangyu of the Silver Moon clan. That was why Lin Ling dared to use his universe to resist. Let's see how long you can last. I'll crush you even if you're in the universe. The old man laughed malevolently. He controlled the crab pincer and attacked Lin Ling's universe crazily. Lin Ling's universe was like an eggshell, protecting him within. Crab pincers were crazily attacking him from both sides, and Lin Ling could hear the sound of surging waves. Before you die, I'll just block it. Lin Ling used his universe to block the old man's attack. He activated all his strength and integrated it into his tyrannical song sword. Instead of retreating, he advanced and shot straight at the old man. What? The old man clearly did not expect Lin Ling to choose this kind of attack. His eyes focused, and the tip of the sword, which was surging with killing intent, condensed in his eyes. Not good. He shouted and retracted his strength, wanting to block Lin Ling's sword. Unfortunately, it was clearly too late. Lin Ling's sword pierced through the old man's head. Blood spurted out as the old man's head was pierced. Nine Cool Old Man is also dead. Everyone's eyes focused, and their expressions changed drastically. Even a middle-stage deity, giant god, was no match for him. Die, you bastard. A middle-stage deity, cosmos, giant god, seized the opportunity to attack. Universe 3 Extremes Break. He originally thought that Lin Ling's failure was his best chance, but he did not know that Lin Ling still had a powerful soul technique. A large cosmic ray shot out. Although it could not kill the other party, it dealt a heavy blow to the other party's soul. Taking the opportunity, Lin Ling unleashed his full strength and attacked again. Then, a rumbling sound could be heard. Another middle-stage deity giant god was killed. This time, the Nine Shells clan lost 2 middle-stage deities. They could not help but be solemn. Clearly, they did not expect a saint to be so powerful. Killing deities was as easy as chopping vegetables. So powerful, really powerful. Who is he? Brother Chun and the others took in a breath of cold air. Then, Brother Chun shouted, "Quick, everyone, go and help kill the Nine Shells clan." Although they did not want to provoke the Nine Shells clan, this group of people wanted to kill them all. Therefore, they had no other choice at this time. At this moment, Lin Ling was already fighting the strongest deity. This deity's power had obviously exceeded 200 trillion units. Coupled with the cooperation of the others, Lin Ling was suppressed. Fortunately, Brother Chun and the others had also come to help. Although their help was not much, Lin Ling was powerful to begin with, and a small help was enough to turn the situation around. Nine Shells Shrimp King Array. Seeing that their attacks were not successful, the deities of the Nine Shells clan panicked. The man in the lead roared. From his body, billowing smoke spread out like countless tentacles and pulled all the deities of the Nine Shells clan over. The deities let out painful cries as their bodies melted into the smoke. The billowing smoke spread out and became bigger and bigger. It was like a huge mountain, and within it, a pitch-black shadow was faintly discernible. It was as though a monster had descended. "Everyone, be careful," Lin Ling reminded them. "Sir, why don't we escape?" Brother Chun said to Lin Ling. Lin Ling shook his head. "It's not easy to come across so many dragon stones. I can't give up." He did not expect to encounter such a fierce battle right after breaking through. Even if he used all his strength, he could not kill all of them. It seemed that the deity giant universe gods were indeed powerful. At this time, the clouds gradually dispersed, revealing a fiery red prawn. This prawn's shell seemed to be burning, and its 5 pairs of legs were like sharp blades on the ground. It was so huge that it was like an ancient city. To be able to force us to use this move, you'll die a worthy death. Moreover, the shrimp was speaking human language. Lin Ling sensed that this shrimp seemed to be the incarnation of the universe, making him feel that he could not defeat it. He guessed that this was the powerful, godly body of the Nine Shells clan. In terms of power, it was probably a late-stage deity, giant universe god. This kind of power could be considered an overlord of an era. The Nine Shells clan is indeed one of the 12 god clans. Even a random person has such a technique. Lin Ling's expression was solemn. He did not know if he could kill that shrimp if he used all his trump cards. Chapter 52:16. Cover. Brother Chun and the rest frowned when they heard Lin Ling's words. Now that they were planning to escape, what was the point of covering? 3 breaths is enough. I have the confidence to kill the Shrimp King. Is that okay? Lin Ling did not explain anything and said again, 3 breaths. Brother Chun and the rest looked at each other with hesitation in their eyes. Brother Chun, you make the decision, one of the girls said. Although it was dangerous to stay, with so many dragon stones here, they were unwilling to give it up. What's more, they had already offended the Nine Kong clan. Instead of fighting, it was better to resist. Okay, let's fight. Brother Chun had the same thought. Then they all looked at Lin Ling. Okay, all of you work together and block it with all your strength. Remember, if your life is in danger, give up. Lin Ling reminded them and mobilized all his strength. The power of faith appeared in his hand. Attack! Brother Chun shouted in a low voice. Their conversation seemed slow, but in fact, it did not last long. At this moment, the fog dispersed and the huge flaming Shrimp King appeared. It was mighty and domineering, like a space battleship. All of you must die. The Shrimp King spoke in human language and laughed sinisterly. It wanted to kill Lin Ling and the rest. However, at this moment, Brother Chun and the rest took the initiative to attack. They all burst out with powerful divine power and charged at the Shrimp King. Of course, with their strength, fighting against the Shrimp King was like a mantis blocking a car. The gap was too big. However, they were still confident that they could block it for 3 breaths. Of course, the premise was that the other party did not discover their intentions. You overestimate yourselves. Luckily, the Prawn King did not notice Brother Chun and the other's intention. Its giant pincers moved, and a terrifying power exploded. This was a simple movement, but it carried the most ancient power, as if it could split the heavens and earth apart. Rumble. All the divine power was shattered. Brother Chun and the rest's expression changed. It was too powerful. They did not even know if it was divine power or some other kind of power. Pucci. The power came back, and Brother Chun and the rest vomited a mouthful of blood. It's up to them now. Their hopes are all on Lin Ling. However, they didn't run away. They were afraid that if they ran away, the Shrimp King's attention would fall on Lin Ling and delay the plan. Little bastards, go to hell, the Prawn King said confidently. Then, with a swipe of its pincers, it charged towards Brother Chun and the rest. At this moment, the expressions of Brother Chun and the others changed drastically. They could not block this attack at all. They could only die. Brother Chun, what should we do? Let's run. A man shouted anxiously. His eyes were red with anxiety. Elder Brother Chen's face was filled with anxiety as he racked his brain. This was the first time in his life that he had been thinking so quickly. Brother Chun, quick, it's too late. Should we run or fight? Yeah, that guy's gone. We can't rely on him. The others became even more anxious and roared crazily. Persevere. In a short moment, Brother Chun finally made his decision. He bet that Lin Ling would be able to kill the Shrimp King at the critical moment. We're finished. Previously, when we worked together, even a deity realm middle stage universe giant god wouldn't dare to take it head on. But the Shrimp King broke through with one move. It's useless to rely on that guy. It's useless to shout now. We can't run anymore. Under the waves of curses, everyone's face turned pale. Previously, they still had a chance to escape. Of course, 1 or 2 of them would die along the way. But now that Brother Chun had made his decision, they couldn't leave. They could only live together or die together. Stop talking nonsense. What's the use of complaining now? Besides, I don't intend to let anyone die. Otherwise, we'll all die together. Brother Chun roared. His eyes were bloodshot. Ha! That huge Shrimp King was like an ancient universe. Seeing Brother Chun and the rest, he laughed contentedly, and his huge pincers were still clawing out, wanting to kill Brother Chun and the rest. At this moment, he didn't see that in his huge pincers there was a figure shooting out at high speed. And that figure was Lin Ling. Using Brother Chun and the rest as bait, the Shrimp King indeed didn't notice Lin Ling, allowing Lin Ling to use the chaos to close in with the faith sword in his hand. Right, there's still that person. At this moment, the Shrimp King spoke. Of course, it seemed that he had only just started looking for Lin Ling. But in reality, the battle between Brother Chun and the rest hadn't even lasted for an incense stick's time. Suddenly, he finally noticed Lin Ling. This was because a firefly's light was shooting over. It was getting bigger and bigger. It felt like a meteor gliding through the universe. You actually managed to rush in. The Shrimp King sneered. But what's the use? How come I shall be broken by you? Even 10 of you won't be able to break it. Go to hell. Either you die or I die. Lin Ling seemed to be far away, but he had already rushed in front of the Shrimp King, and the faith sword ruthlessly slashed out. At this moment, Brother Chun and the rest also saw Lin Ling, and they all opened their mouths wide in shock. So, this was Lin Ling's intention. This was crazy. With Lin Ling's strength, how could he shake the Shrimp King? If they had known that Lin Ling would make such a choice, they wouldn't have accompanied Lin Ling in his madness. Sigh. Brother Chun sighed. He had fought the Shrimp King before, so he knew what kind of strength the Shrimp King possessed. It seemed that he had overestimated Lin Ling. You want to kill me with just you? Let me tell you, my shell has condensed a supreme universe, and its defense is invincible. The Shrimp King didn't care about Lin Ling's sword. Instead, he wanted to kill Brother Chun and the rest, and then kill Lin Ling. Gotcha! But at this moment, a crisp sound could be heard, and time seemed to stop at this moment. The Shrimp King also stopped moving because he could clearly sense that a mysterious power had cut off his universe and even broke his incomparably hard shrimp shell. What kind of power is this? He looked at Lin Ling in shock, knowing that it was the power of that sword. It was just that he could not understand how a mere saint-level giant universe god could break through his defenses. Brother Chun and the rest closed their eyes, waiting for death. However, the cruel power they imagined didn't appear. They suddenly opened their eyes and realized that the huge pincers had stopped moving. They looked ahead and saw that the Shrimp King didn't move. Instead, sword marks appeared on its head and chest, and rolling clouds were pouring out. Then, a deafening sound could be heard. The huge Shrimp King exploded, and countless corpses fell to the ground. They were the people from the Nine Kong clan. Dead. Brother Chun and the rest felt their hair stand on end. That white-haired man really killed the Shrimp King of the Nine Kong clan. Who exactly are you? The gods of the Nine Kong clan were all dead, and only the leader was lying on the ground, looking weakly at Lin Ling. Chapter 52:17. Then he secretly rejoiced. The gods of the Nine Kong clan were indeed powerful. If it weren't for the fact that this strange Shrimp King was fused with his divine body like a barrier array, Lin Ling, would not have been able to defeat him. Of course, Brother Chun and the rest were also very important in stalling for time. After all, if the Shrimp King attacked Lin Ling could only block it with the Sword of Faith. The power in the sword would be exhausted sooner or later. All in all, even if Lin Ling had broken through, it was only a narrow victory. The opponent lost because he was careless and underestimated the enemy. Lin Ling, so you're Lin Ling. The leader gritted his teeth and said. At this moment, he finally believed that the white-haired man was Lin Ling. After all, only such a legendary figure had the strength to kill him. It's a little too late to know now. Lin Ling slashed out and cut the leader in half. Then he obtained a large number of dragon stones from his body. Everyone, start collecting dragon stones. Then Lin Ling looked at Brother Chun and the rest. Brother Chun and the rest were still in a daze. After all, the reality was too strange, so strange that it was unimaginable. Lin Ling, Brother Chun, he's Lin Ling. But soon a woman exclaimed, so it's Lin Ling. Brother Chun felt that everything was natural. One had to know that this was Lin Ling, a legendary figure who had escaped from several gods and a magnate on the 6th floor. And this was also a god who would definitely rush to the peak of the era in the future. It's an honor to meet you. Brother Chun walked over and said, it's just a false reputation. Lin Ling replied casually. He did not expect his name to be so famous on the 6th floor. By the way, Lin Ling, I have a request. I wonder if you can agree? Let's hear it. It's like this. The One-Tooth race is gathering experts to go to the dragon's tomb together. You're so strong. If you go together, you'll probably have a good harvest. Dragon's tomb? That's right. It's under the Dragon Mountain. After the conversation, Lin Ling was somewhat tempted, but he also smiled and said, Brother Chun, you should know that I'm now the enemy of all the major Protoss. If I casually join another Protoss, I'll probably be in great danger. Don't worry, we won't reveal your name. Brother Chun smiled. Lin Ling had gone through a lot with Brother Chun and the others, and he trusted their character. In the end, he nodded. Originally, he wanted to go back and find everyone, but thinking that Dragon's Tomb seemed to be a rare place, he did not want to miss it. Moreover, he guessed that perhaps his people also knew about Long Ling's news. Who entered Dragon's Tomb? Lin Ling asked. It's said that the upper echelons of the Celestials on the 6th floor will enter, but I don't know how many will enter. What's certain is that the top 100 on the 6th floor will definitely enter. Brother Chun said, what is the top 100? Lin Ling was curious. Now, his strength was considered average on the 6th floor, so he should know about the top 100 on the 6th floor and the upper echelons of the Celestials. Only then could he find a way to leave the 6th floor and dominate the 6th floor. If he could not dominate the 6th floor, then going to the 7th floor would probably be a dead end. After all, a lucky situation like last time did not happen every time. The so-called top 100 are actually the strongest 100 gods, excluding the upper echelons of the Celestials. Most of them are from the Celestials. Even if they are not from the Celestials, they have been recruited. Of course, there are also some lone cultivators, but each of them has a trump card to save their lives. Even if the upper echelons of the Celestials want to catch them, it's very difficult. Brother Chen explained. Lone cultivators are also in the top 100. Linling was surprised. Yes, most of them have offended the Celestials and entered the Celestials' wanted list. There are a total of 91 people on the wanted list, and more than half of them are in the top 100. Oh right, Yin Chuangyu, who you killed last time, was also in the top 100 on the 6th floor. Behind Brother Chun, a woman explained with a smile. Looking at her, she seemed to admire Lin Ling, nodded immediately, then said, "Let's collect the dragon stones first." Everyone got busy and collected the dragon stones around them one by one. There were a lot of dragon stones, so everyone got quite a lot and was in a good mood. Originally, with so many dragon stones, Brother Chun and the rest should not have gone to the dragon's tomb. After all, these dragon stones were enough for them to cultivate for a long time. However, it was said that there were even rarer dragon stones in the dragon's tomb, such as the 9 dragon stone. Therefore, they did not want to miss the opportunity. After all, with so many people going to the dragon's tomb, the enemy might not target them. Okay, the dragon stones are collected. After a long time, Lin Ling looked at Brother Chun and the rest. He also had a great harvest. Unfortunately, all of his divine fetuses had turned into divine bodies, and the cultivation resources he needed had increased exponentially. Therefore, he needed more dragon stones. Can we set off now? Brother Chen asked for Lin Ling's opinion again. After seeing Lin Ling nod, he finally led the group forward. Along the way, Brother Chun took out a voice transmission talisman, as if he was looking for a friend. After a full day, a team finally appeared in front of them. This team had 15 people, and all of them were in the divine realm. Of course, the strongest was about the same as Brother Chun. Most importantly, they were not from the divine realm. Lin Ling followed Brother Chun and looked around. He was secretly amazed by the size of the 18 Dragon Mountains. Most importantly, the 18 Dragon Mountains was only one of the strongest forbidden areas on the 6th level. From this, it could be seen how big the 6th level was. Probably hundreds of Jojo continent could not compare to this place. Brother Chun, you guys? A bald old man walked over from the opposite side. He wore cotton clothes and looked like a farmer. Old lie. We also want to go to the dragon's tomb. Brother Chun went straight to the point. It could be seen that he and the old man were old friends. Good. Many hands make light work. The bald old man did not refuse. Instead, he was very happy. Wait, Tiger Mark, ancient god Lai Wuxiang. Did you ask us before letting them join? Suddenly, the dozen people walked over. Among them, a god wearing a gorgeous official robe and a jade crown frowned. From the looks of it, he seemed to be a god from the era of the gods. Master Luwan, why can't they join? The bald old man's face darkened. I was the one who called all of you here. Since you can join, why can't they? Don't make a mistake about who is the leader and who is the assistant. It was obvious that the bald old man was the one who had recommended them. Sure enough, the dozen people frowned and did not say anything. They did not want too many people to join because they were afraid that others would steal their harvest. The bald old man had explained to them that there were many dragon stones in the dragon's tomb. They did not need to worry about not having enough dragon stones, but they were afraid that they would be too weak to bring them out. However, they did not believe him at all. After all, dragon stones were the rarest in the 18 Dragon Mountains. For dragon stones, they would do anything. You let some random people join. Be careful that they don't kill you. However, this has nothing to do with me. You can do whatever you want. The man in the official robe said sarcastically. He stared at Lin Ling obviously. He could see that Lin Ling was only a sage. Naturally, he was disdainful. Brother Chun and the others were angry. These people were not gods, but they spoke so arrogantly. Ignore them. Chapter 52:18. Lin Ling glanced at the bald old man. Seeing that he was easy to talk to, he followed the group. Old Chun, the current era can't be compared to our era. Back then, The divine realm was happy and harmonious. You would visit me, and I would visit you. How could there be the intrigue now? Look at my hair. It's because of the current era. While moving forward, the bald old man was chatting with Brother Chun and the others. Brother Chun and the others looked at the bald old man strangely. This had seemed to have been bald for a long time. The times have changed. In the past, the divine realm looked at official positions. Everything was supported by the heavenly court. If one was strong and didn't have a high official position, one wouldn't dare to provoke others. If others had a higher official position than you, even if they couldn't touch you, the heavenly court would make a move. Brother Chin sighed. Lin Ling could tell that they were from the era of the gods, and this was extremely rare. After all, in the second half of the Tao Pagoda, most of the gods were from the desolate era. And in the era of the gods, there was the heavenly court, and official positions were indeed the most important. This little brother looks unfamiliar. Are you also from the era of the gods? After a conversation, the bald old man suddenly looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Senior, I'm not from the era of the gods. Lin Ling smiled and replied, I'm from the current era. Current era? The bald old man's eyes widened. A current god represented the latest era, and he could enter the second half of the Tao Pagoda. Although he also knew that there were many current gods, most of them were now in the Tao realm. Amazing, amazing. Little brother, you were probably an extraordinary person in your previous life. The bald old man continued. However, your hair is white, but it doesn't lose its luster. It's really beautiful. Back then, I had the same thick hair as you. Sigh. Back then, when I had a lot of hair, I would change my hairstyle every day. That was really great. Lin Ling was speechless. Why was this bald old man envious of his hair? Brother Chun and the others were also speechless. If they remembered correctly, in the era of the gods, this old man was bald. Where did his hair come from? After chatting for a while, they became familiar with each other. Lin Ling also learned many ancient myths and legends from them. He had to admit that although these people's strength was ordinary, their knowledge and experience were not low at all. They knew a thing or two about the legends of the universe. That old man Lai is not giving us any face at all. At the front, the dozen or so people were also talking. That's Brother Chun and the others. I've heard of their names before. Their strength can be considered passable, but they aren't that powerful. As for that white-haired man, I've never seen him before. However, I'm guessing that he's a burden or something. If we enter the Dragon Tomb and obtain the Dragon Stone, that fellow will definitely want a share of it. Master Luwen, we've seen too many of such situations. Don't worry, he wants to make up the numbers. Does he really think that others are fools? Someone will definitely teach him a lesson. The more they spoke, the angrier they became. They felt that Lin Ling was just a scapegoat that Brother Chun and the others had found. That old man Lai is really muddle-headed. No wonder he's bald. In the end, they were also complaining about the bald old man. Wait, Master Luwen, look. After walking for an unknown period of time, suddenly, a faint light came from the side of the road. Rhythm Hunting Silk, one of the gods, pondered for a moment, and his face was instantly filled with joy. The Rhythm Hunting Silk was an extremely rare treasure. Although it could not be compared to the Dragon Stone that could improve one's cultivation, it could improve one's divine body's aptitude, and even one's soul power. It could even improve the universe. This was because this was a type of spider silk that was tough and stable. After refining it, it would naturally make one's divine body and the universe tougher. It's a huge piece. They immediately entered along the side of the road. Then, in a forest, they saw a large piece of Rhythm Hunting Silk. This piece of Rhythm Hunting Silk was about 5 meters long. It was a piece of white spider silk that was used to bind insects and demonic beasts. However, they did not dare to get too close because the Rhythm Hunting Divine Spider was not to be underestimated. It was highly poisonous. Moreover, this poison could ignore the protection of the divine power in the universe, making it extremely difficult to deal with. There was once a god who was poisoned by this poison and was in a coma for 3,000 years. Later on, a powerful god used his physical body to transmit the poison and neutralize the poison. The poison was transmitted to the powerful god, but his physical body was strong. Not only was he not injured, but he even used this opportunity to temper his physical body. However, how many gods in this era had powerful physical bodies? Apart from the most ancient primordial era, the majority of gods cultivated the power of gods. Moreover, the rhythm hunting silk is extremely tough. It will definitely take a lot of time to cut it down. Master Lu continued, "Of course, it would be great if someone could lure the rhythm hunting divine spider away." Master Lu looked at them. Suddenly, someone looked behind and said sinisterly. Master Lu immediately smiled. This was a good idea. At this moment, the bald old man led the group into the forest. After all, Master Lu and the others had disappeared. They thought that something big had happened. Then, they saw the white spider's silk from afar. "Rhythm hunting silk," the bald old man exclaimed. "Lower your voice." Brother Chen whispered and then licked his lips. The rhythm hunting silk was a precious treasure. Not only could it strengthen the universe, but it could also heal injuries. It was rare. What's the rhythm hunting silk? The men and women behind him were curious. Brother Chun immediately explained so that everyone gradually understood. However, when he talked about the rhythm hunting divine spider, his face was still solemn. Lin Ling was not very familiar with these ancient divine objects, but when he saw that Brother Chun and the others were familiar with them and mentioned the characteristics of the rhythm-hunting divine spider, he smiled. It was not afraid of the divine power or the universe's power, but it was ineffective against the physical body. In that case, he was not afraid of the rhythm-hunting divine spider. Of course, to be careful, Lin Ling still checked carefully. All he saw was a large ball of white spider silk in front of him, but there was no charming divine spider in sight. It was only after Lin Ling took a closer look that he realized that the charming divine spider was hiding in the spider web, as if it was waiting for him. It was only the size of a thumb, and its aura was extremely strange. Moreover, although the spider silk looked huge, it did not have any aura. It could only be seen with the naked eye. Otherwise, it would be difficult to detect it. What a sinister spider! Lin Ling was secretly shocked. If a divine beast or a deity accidentally touched the spider silk, it would trigger the rhythm-hunting divine spider's attack. As long as the venom was injected, the deity would fall into a deep sleep and be slowly eaten by the rhythm-hunting divine spider. Old lie. That's the rhythm-hunting silk. It's extremely rare. Why don't we work together to get it? At this time, Master Lu walked over and said with a smile, "Sure." The bald old man nodded immediately. However, the rhythm-hunting divine spider must be hiding in there. That poisonous thing is very strange and difficult to detect. We have to think of a way to deal with it. Master Lu said again. He suddenly looked at Lin Ling and said, "How about this? Let him attract the rhythm-hunting divine spider while we attack from the side." What? Chapter 52:19. What nonsense are you talking about? Brother Chun immediately rebuked. He's the weakest here, and we've been protecting him all this while. It's normal for him to contribute. Master Lu said matter-of-factly. That's right. He can't possibly just be here to make up the numbers, right? He's only thinking about benefits and not contributing anything. If he obtains dragon stones, he'll get a share without doing anything. That's too unfair. I think so too. The gods beside Master Lu also spoke in a sarcastic tone. You guys are shameless. Brother Chun was furious. How long has it been? You guys are already protecting him? We didn't encounter anything. As for dragon stones, do you think he's lacking in them? He knew that they'd just obtained a large amount of dragon stones not long ago. If it was a small amount, Lin Ling wouldn't care at all. Taking a step back, if there was any danger, Lin Ling and the others should be the ones protecting them. Do you think we won't protect him just because you say so? If you let him try walking here alone, he'll probably be eaten by the divine beasts. The divine beasts don't dare to appear because we have so many people. From another perspective, this is also the reason why we're protecting him. Master Lu spoke in disdain. He then looked at the bald old man. Old lie, you're the leader. You say it. That bald old man was in a difficult position. Although he didn't want Lin Ling to test the waters, Master Lu and the others had a point. If they were just here to make up the numbers and share the benefits, others would definitely be unhappy. All right, stop arguing. At this moment, Lin Ling suddenly spoke and interrupted everyone. How about this? I can go, but I'll be the one to distribute the charm-hunting silk. Sure, sure. Master Lu Wan and the other smiled, not taking Lin Ling's words to heart. Little brother. The bald old man frowned and looked at Lin Ling, somewhat worried. Don't worry. Lin Ling nodded and walked toward the charm-hunting silk. Old Chen, do you need help? He's alone. If something happens to him, it'll be troublesome. None of us here can save him. The bald old man looked at Brother Chun and said. Brother Chun frowned, but when he thought of Lin Ling's strength, he comforted him. Don't worry, little Lin isn't an impulsive person. He definitely has his ways. Although he said that, in reality, he wasn't confident at all. At this moment, Lin Ling was walking towards the spider web in the forest. His soul force acutely sensed that there were a lot of spider webs that he could see, but there were also a lot that he couldn't see. As long as he made contact with the spider webs, the rhythmic divine spider would definitely sense it. Sure enough, when Lin Ling touched a blade of grass beside his feet, the seductive divine spider woke up. However, Lin Ling continued to move forward as if he hadn't heard anything. Get ready, everyone. Master Lu Wan and the others secretly transmitted their voices to each other. As long as Lin Ling was hit, the rhythmic hunting divine spider would definitely pay attention to Lin Ling. This would be their chance to strike. Bang! At this time, a loud explosion sounded. Then, the spider web trembled. Then, something the size of a mung bean smashed onto the spider web and grew bigger. The rhythmic hunting divine spider that was the size of a mung bean suddenly grew to the size of calf. What happened? Everyone was shocked. Could it be that the rhythmic hunting divine spider has already attacked, but that little brother blocked it? The bald old man said solemnly. Are you kidding me? Him? Master Lu Wan was in disbelief. The rhythmic hunting divine spider's attack is stealthy. How could that kid detect it? Even if he could, how could he block it? One must know that the rhythmic hunting divine spider can ignore the divine energy and poison the divine body directly. Then how do you explain the situation in front of us? Brother Chun was dissatisfied, but Master Lu Wan and the others couldn't refute him. At this time, Lin Ling was looking at the rhythmic hunting divine spider indifferently. In fact, he had already been attacked by the rhythmic hunting divine spider once, but his physique was strong enough to block the poisonous needle. In fact, Lin Ling's physique was very sensitive. When the poisonous needle was close to him, he sensed it. Moreover, Lin Ling knew that the rhythmic hunting divine spider must have sensed the power of Lin Ling's physique. As expected, when Lin Ling took a step forward, the giant rhythmic hunting divine spider took a step back. What the hell? This scene shocked everyone once again. In their eyes, Lin Ling kept walking forward while the rhythmic hunting divine spider kept retreating. In fact, they didn't know that the rhythmic hunting divine spider had indeed sensed Lin Ling's panga body and knew that its poison was ineffective against him. When Lin Ling saw that the rhythmic hunting divine spider didn't dare to provoke him, the power of faith appeared in his palm and gathered on his finger. Then he made a light slash. The tough spider silk was severed, and Lin Ling collected it. During this process, the rhythmic hunting divine spider didn't dare to move at all. This caused Master Lu Wan and the others to be suspicious. Could it be that this was a fake rhythmic hunting divine spider? Or did the rhythmic hunting divine spider just happen to have no more poison in it? The giant spider webs were collected by Lin Ling one by one. When the last spider web was about to be collected, the rhythmic hunting divine spider seemed to have lost its patience. Its 8 legs moved, and it pounced on Lin Ling, attacking again. It's attacking. When Master Lu Wan and the others saw this, they were all overjoyed. For some reason, they didn't want to see Lin Ling succeed. Perhaps they felt that it was a humiliation for a mere saint to be able to ignore the rhythmic hunting divine spider. Scram! Lin Ling stopped and looked up abruptly. His body looked thin and not very tall, but there seemed to be a huge shadow behind him. This was the Panga tribe. The majestic giant held a huge sky-splitting axe. His head reached the sky, and his feet stepped on the ground, tearing the universe apart. An invisible aura surged out, and the rhythmic hunting divine spider let out a shrill cry. Its body suddenly shrank, smashed into the ground, and then disappeared. It ran away. Obviously, the rhythmic hunting divine spider could also sense that this mysterious white-haired man was its nemesis. Lin Ling immediately put away the rhythmic hunting divine spiderweb. Then he walked back. At this moment, Brother Chun and the others were still in a daze. The bald old man was shocked for a long time before he said with a wry smile, "It seems that having hair is awesome. Take this, it's yours." Lin Ling took out the spider web, cut it with the power of faith, and then distributed it to everyone. Moreover, the rhythmic hunting divine spider web was very useful to Lin Ling. If he refined it, it could greatly enhance his physical body, universe power, and soul. Wait, what about us? Master Lu Wen saw that Brother Chun and the others each had one, but Lin Ling ignored them, and they were instantly displeased. Take it, it's yours. Lin Ling also handed over a spider web. One? Master Lu Wen and the others stared and said coldly, "There are more than a dozen of us, and you only gave us one? The main thing is that you discovered the rhythmic hunting divine spider web, so you got one. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a single one." Lin Ling said matter-of-factly, "Are you toying with us?" Master Lu Wen and the others were furious. No. Chapter 52:20. Master Lu Wen and the rest were stunned. They had indeed said that before, but they hadn't expected Lin Ling to succeed. Not bad, not bad. I heard it too. Ha ha. You can't go back on your words. That bald old man was even happier than the rest. Really? Master Lu Wen's expression sank. Why didn't I hear it? Did you guys hear it? Nope. I didn't hear it either. They're probably framing us. The rest were filled with righteous indignation. Brother Chun, the bald old man, and the rest glared. Master Lu Wen and the rest were really going back on their words. Did they still have any shame? Give us the hunting charm, Silk. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. Master Lu Wen stared coldly at Lin Ling. Let me give you a reminder. If you are shameless, the price you have to pay is not small. Lin Ling sneered. What price? You want to covet our things? You think you are in the right? Master Lu Wen gave a signal with his eyes, and a deity giant universe god beside him made the first move. Pung. However, before he could get close to Lin Ling activated Lin Ling universe. Together with Pangu's body, that deity felt as though he had crashed into a wall. Lin Ling stretched out his hand and grabbed that deity's neck before he could retreat. Pung. He then smashed the ground, and that deity fainted from the powerful force. The faces of Master Lu Wen and the others darkened. They were shocked. Lin Ling was merely a saint-level giant universe god, yet he had defeated a deity-level giant universe god. At this moment, fear and regret rose in their hearts. After all, this Lin Ling was so strong that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. If they had known this would happen, they would have talked nicely. Of course, now that things had come to this, there was no point in regretting. This Xiaoyang mirror god is my man. You're not giving me face by grabbing him like this. Master Lu Wen said coldly. So what if I don't give him face? What can you do? Lin Ling's expression didn't change as he narrowed his eyes. Nothing. Grandmaster Lu Wen was enraged. Countless thumb-sized stars revolved around his body. There were so many of them that they looked like flying bugs. Of course, if one were to look carefully, Master Lu Wen was like a universe with all the stars revolving around him. When I catch you, you'll know what you've done wrong. He attacked Lin Ling, and the densely packed stars all shot towards Lin Ling. What was even more terrifying was that these stars were showing signs of enlarging. You are not qualified to instruct me. Lin Ling held the Xiaoyang mirror god in one hand and punched out with the other. Innate talent fusion. His basic strength erupted. Crash! Space exploded, as if the most ancient deities were colliding, shattering the sun, moon, and stars. Lin Ling's punch was like a gale, blowing away all the stars and then heavily landing on Master Lu Wen's chest, causing him to groan and continuously retreat. Every time he retreated, the earth would explode under his feet. After retreating for a dozen steps, he finally stopped. Lin Ling was inwardly shocked. His previous punch, other than not using his trump card, contained his full strength. However, it only made Master Lu Wen retreat a dozen steps. It seemed that even though he had broken through, his strength wasn't enough to suppress a deity, middle-stage, cosmos, giant god. Of course, compared to Lin Ling, the others were shocked. Other than Brother Chun and the rest, everyone was in disbelief. After all, this white-haired male was only a saint. Damn, is everyone with hair so fierce? That bald old man, Old Lai, cried out in surprise as he pulled Brother Chun back. Brother Chun faintly smiled. If he wasn't strong, would I dare to bring him here? After saying this, he felt his face grow. After all, he was the one who brought Lin Ling here. Master Lu Wen. Everyone shouted in unison, and someone even went to support Master Lu Wen. Master Lu Wen's face was ashen as he looked deeply at Lin Ling. You hid your strength very well. You actually managed to force me back with just the strength of a saint. Do you still want to try? Lin Ling said indifferently as he threw the person in his hand over. If you want to try again, I'll accompany you. If not, scram. I'll remember you. Let's go. Master Lu Wen knew that he was slightly injured. In addition, he couldn't see through Lin Ling's strength, so he didn't act rashly. Don't remember me for too long. Farewell. I won't send you off. Lin Ling also left these words from Master Lu Wen and the rest as he watched them leave with their tails between their legs. TSK, TSK. Having hair is indeed amazing. After they left, that bald old man walked over with a face full of surprise. What does this have to do with hair? Lin Ling was speechless. This old man seemed to envy others for having hair. In any case, he was a god. If he wanted to have hair, wouldn't it be as easy as flipping his hand? Of course it has nothing to do with it. No, it has something to do with it. People with hair are handsome when they fight, unlike us baldies. Even if we win, it won't be a glorious victory. The old man kept staring at Lin Ling's hair as he spoke. What us? It's you. We aren't baldies. Brother Chun immediately scolded with a smile. Lin Ling looked at them, talking, and felt a warm feeling in his heart. Since entering the Dao Pagoda, he had only seen slaughter. It was rare to see a scene of old friends talking like this. This reminded him of the time when he was in the void of the 9 prefectures. At that time, he hadn't become a god, but he had many friends. Brother Chen suddenly thought of something and said worriedly that Master Lu Wen and the rest actually left. They're so stingy. I guess they won't let us off. So what if you have hair? The old man's words made them speechless. He said coldly, the 6th floor is so big. This time they left. Whether we can see them again is a problem. Even if we see them again, we aren't afraid of them. Lin Ling heard the old man's words and couldn't help but feel shocked. He checked and found that the old man was the same as Brother Chun. They were both middle-stage universe giant gods. Of course, there were strong and weak deities. Without making a move, Lin Ling wasn't sure of the old man's strength. Moreover, without my recommendation, they can't find the One-Tooth Clan, the old man said confidently. Hearing this, Brother Chun and the rest finally relaxed and continued on their way. At this moment, Master Lu Wen was cursing angrily and walking along the road. Master Lu Wen, without this old man leading the way, how can we find the One-Tooth Clan? Even if we find the One-Tooth Clan, will they want us? This old man is the one who recommended them. Forget it. At most, we won't go to the Dragon's Tomb. I don't believe that there are so many dragon stones in the 18 Dragon Mountains. Apart from the Dragon's Tomb, we can't find any other place. That's right. Wait until our deity energy increases. When we see them again, we will kill them sooner or later. Master Lu Wen and the rest talked as they walked. They couldn't suppress the anger in their hearts. Chapter 52:21. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Since when did this place become so lively? Let's go and take a look. Curious, They walked toward the town and realized that the number of powerful gods gathered in the town exceeded their expectations. Moreover, the town was controlled by the Tooth Race. The Tooth Race was one of the 12 races. How could they offend them? Master Luwan, this must be some secret base. We accidentally trespassed here. I'm afraid it'll be troublesome, one of them said nervously. The gods were the overlords of the 6th level. Sometimes, they didn't need a reason to kill. Let's go. Master Luwan's expression changed as he wanted to leave this troublesome place. Wait, who are you? However, just as they turned around, a large number of gods from the Tooth Race walked toward them. The man in the lead looked refined, but his aura was otherworldly, giving off the vibe of the king. We came here because of your reputation. Master Luwan's eyes flickered as he quickly smiled. You came here because of my reputation? May I know which camp you are from? The man sized up Master Luwan and the others. Seeing that they were quite strong, but they weren't from the gods, he let down his guard. Could you be from Linling's side? The man guessed. After all, the strongest force in the vicinity was Linling's side. Linling. Master Luwan's heart sank. He suddenly recalled the battle in the Purple Wind cave not long ago. Linling had summoned the gods to fight against the 2 great races, which had shaken the 6th level. Now, Linling could be considered one of the strongest forces on the 6th level below the gods. He was also considered the overlord of the itinerant cultivator camp. That's right, we are all from Linling's side. Master Luwan immediately smiled and said, Linling has Lei Gong under him. We are all from Lei Gong's side. Lei Gong. When the gods of the Tooth Race heard this, they all smiled politely. After all, their One Fong clan had wanted to form an alliance with Linling for a long time. It was just that the One Fong clan did not know who Linling was, so this matter was delayed. Speaking of which, the person in the One Tooth clan who was most familiar with Linling was none other than the Palace Master of the Dallas Divine Palace in the City of Destiny. Back then, Linling had participated in the Dallas Divine City's luck competition and obtained first place. The Dallas Palace Master had even spoken a few words to Linling, and the Palace Master's daughter liked Linling. Since you're Linling's people, then you're an honored guest. Come. That man immediately said happily and very politely welcomed Master Luwan and the others in the small town. Everyone come over here. These are Linling's people. After entering the town, the man shouted again, causing a large number of gods in the town to look at Great Master Luwan and the others. Subsequently, many people bowed slightly to Master Luwan and the others. There were quite a number of gods present, and there were even more powerful ones, but they were all bowing to Master Luwan and the others, which immediately made them feel overwhelmed by the favor. Although Master Luwan was a middle-stage universe giant god, his reputation was small, and his strength was also very ordinary. When had he ever received such treatment? It could be said that gods from the era of the gods did not have any status in the latter half of the Tao Pagoda. It's just a fluke. Master Luwan immediately waved his hand. The person behind him was also very happy. Like a senior or a god with a very high status, he waved his hand to the crowd. How is it a fluke? In the Battle of the Purple Wind Cave, 2 great god clans were forced to flee. This battle has already shaken the 6th floor. Your leader, Linling, is now a rare rogue cultivator on the 6th floor who dares to go against the God Clan. That's right, this is also our pride and honor. The God Clan has dominated the 6th floor for many years, and now there are many who dare to go against the God Clan. This is everyone's idol. People spoke one after another. They had all joined the One Tooth Clan, but they had all been bullied by other God Clans in the past, so they were very unhappy with those tyrannical God Clans. Undeserved reputation. Undeserved reputation. Master Luwan's face was red with excitement, as if he had really done something big. In a few days, Palace Master Wu Dao will come. He is the only one in our One Tooth Clan who is familiar with Leader Linling. If he knows that you have joined us, he will definitely be very happy. The man from before was also very polite to Master Luwan. Palace Master Wu Dao, Master Luwan, and the others panicked. After all, They were all fakes who borrowed the reputation of others. If they were seen through by Palace Master Wu Dao, it would be troublesome. In fact, Palace Master Wu Dao is not familiar with Lin Ling, but they have exchanged a few words. All right, I heard that in the City of Fortune, Lin Ling went to Palace Master Wu Dao to participate in the fortune competition and won first place. That man continued. Hearing this, Master Lu Wen and the others finally relaxed. It was good that they were not familiar with each other. This meant that even if they were fakes, the other party might not be able to recognize them. Good, good, good. I will represent the leader to welcome Palace Master Wu Dao. Master Lu Wen smiled faintly and said, By the way, are you going to Dragon's Tomb? Of course, Dragon's Tomb is now being targeted by several god clans. Our One-Tooth clan does not have many powerful gods left on the 6th floor, so we are looking for help. Your leader Lin Ling is one of them. I hope he can join us. The man smiled and said, However, Lin Ling's people are scattered in the 18 Dragon Mountains. It is the most difficult to find people in the 18 Dragon Mountains. We are not afraid of you laughing at us, but until now, we have not seen a single person from Lin Ling. You're the first batch. Speaking of this, his expression was obviously relaxed. It was as if being able to find Lin Ling's people was a great luck. He had also completed his task. This also made Master Lu Wen and the others feel that their face was lifted. In the Dao Tower, this was the first time they were valued so much. Don't worry, we will talk to leader Lin Ling and let our people join Dragon's Tomb. Master Lu Wen patted his chest and said, That's great. Thank you, thank you. The One-Tooth clan people were very excited. They had already treated Master Lu Wen and the others as honored guests. That night, the town also held a banquet to warmly welcome Master Lu Wen and the others. They even let Master Lu Wen and the others sit at the head of the banquet. Looking at the numerous gods giving him face, Master Lu Wen felt as if he had done something great. He felt as if he had returned to the era of gods. In the end, he had already regarded himself as the master of the town. If he said one, no one would dare to say two. During this process, the town also had people joining them one after another. After knowing that Master Lu Wen and the others were Lin Ling's people, they were also in awe of them. However, on the third day, a few people finally came from afar. The person in the lead was the bald old man. At this moment, Master Lu Wen and the others were casually walking around the town. Suddenly, they saw the bald old man and the others coming from afar. Master Lu Wen, look. Haha, it's Old Lai and the others. There's also that white-haired kid. They were also looking for the One-Tooth clan. I guess they came here for us. They didn't expect that we would be faster than them. Moreover, we are now Lin Ling's people. We have the most authority in the town. The people around Master Lu Wen were very excited. Master Lu Wen also excitedly smiled. He knew that there would be a good show to watch. Chapter 52:22. It was the perfect supreme being. That guy, we can't beat him outside, but in here. One of the gods laughed proudly, looking as if he was in control of the world. Here, we are honored guests. We are kings. Master Lu Wen also nodded with a smile. All right, let's meet our friends. On the other side, Lin Ling followed the bald old man toward the town. That's right, that's the place. The bald old man was obviously very excited. We're finally here. Old Lai's methods are really sharp. Brother Chun and the rest were also very happy. They had finally found their base. Lin Ling was a little cautious. He secretly investigated and found that other than the Celestials, there were other independent gods in the town. This made him feel relieved. Moreover, those Celestials were only from the Fong race. Lin Ling had not interacted much with the Fong race, but there was not much hatred between them. You are. At this time, the gods in the town came out to welcome them. A man politely cupped his hands. I'm Mr. Jean. You are? I'm Olai. The bald old man suddenly laughed. Don't you remember me? Do you still remember that old Lai who was very envious of your long hair in the city of myriad gods? Old Lai? I remember now. Haha, you're finally here. Mr. Jean was stunned at first, but then he became very happy. It was obvious that he had a very good relationship with the bald old man. Brother Chun, look. The bald old man immediately looked at Brother Chun and the rest with some pride, as if being treated so courteously had raised his face greatly. Brother Chun and the rest secretly gave him a thumbs up, full of admiration. Brother Chun even smiled at Lin Ling, seeing that the situation was better than expected. Lin Ling nodded slightly. Come, come, come. Mr. Jean led the crowd in, full of trust in Old Lai. Come, let me introduce you. This is the Tiger Mark ancient god, Lai Wuxiang. Back in the city of myriad gods, he saved me. Our friendship was forged through life and death battles. Mr. Jean introduced to the crowd. The gods in the town gathered and cupped their hands at Old Lai. After all, Mr. Jin's status here was very high. They naturally had to give him face. Senior Lai, coupled with the fact that Old Lai was old, the respect of everyone present came from the bottom of their hearts. Hello, everyone. Old Lai rubbed his bald head and chuckled. Old Lai, treat this place as your home. Don't worry. No one dares to bully you here. Everyone treats you like an elder brother. Mr. Jean looked at Old Lai and said, Senior Lai has traveled extensively and is very knowledgeable. If we don't treat him as our elder brother, then who is our elder brother? That's right. Anyway, I feel a sense of familiarity when I look at Senior Lai. Senior Lai, these are. Everyone laughed at Old Lai. Old Lai smiled faintly and then introduced Brother Chun and the others. This made Brother Chun and the others feel flattered. Hey, those people. Brother Chun, look. Suddenly, a few people beside Brother Chun pointed into the distance. They saw a few familiar figures. Brother Chun didn't care at first, but when he looked over, his eyes widened. Old Lai, look. Old Lai was still exchanging pleasantries with others. When Brother Chun pointed, he also gasped. Good guys, it's actually them. These guys actually found this place too. Just nice. I'll settle the score here. Old Lai suddenly patted his chest and said. Meanwhile, Brother Chun and the others nodded excitedly. The people they saw were precisely Master Lu Wan and the others. Previously, these people had shamelessly sent Lin Ling to his death. Later, when the matter was exposed, they fled. This was truly shameless. Now that they saw them here, with Old Lai's connections, he would definitely teach them a lesson. Yo, Old Lai, you guys are here too. At this time, Master Lu Wan and the others walked over with smiles. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He discovered that Master Lu Wan and the others didn't seem surprised by Old Lai's appearance. It was as if they had been waiting here for a long time. However, Old Lai was very familiar with Mr. Jean. Master Lu Wan and the others were only ordinary gods. Why were they so confident? Master Lu Wan, how have you been? Old Lai sneered. I'm fine. Everything is fine. Finding this place is like finding home. I heard that we are going to the Dragon's Tomb. Master Lu Wan said casually. Yeah, after finding the Dragon's Tomb, as long as we can display our strength, we will be able to get a good reward. Behind Master Lu Wan, several gods also spoke in a strange tone. Seeing this, Brother Chun and the others almost burst into laughter. This Master Lu Wan probably didn't know about the relationship between Old Lai and Mr. Jean. As long as Old Lai exposed Master Lu Wan and the others in front of Mr. Jean, they would definitely be chased away. Dragon's Tomb, you guys are thinking too highly of yourselves. Old Lai sneered again and said confidently, I can tell you guys that you won't be able to enter the Dragon's Tomb. With me, Lai Wuxiang, you guys won't be able to run amok. Oh, Old Lai, what do you mean by that? Master Lu Wan's expression changed. Could it be that you want to chase us away? Don't, we are friends. You can't be so ruthless. Friends? Friends now? Old Lai sneered. Let me tell you, Mr. Jean from the Tooth Race is very familiar with me. Therefore, you guys have to leave. After saying this, he looked at Mr. Jean. Mr. Jean, this time, we should choose trustworthy people to go to the Dragon's Tomb, right? If they cause trouble midway and even tyrannically snatch the spoils of war, do you want people like them? Mr. Jean and the others frowned. They didn't understand the relationship between Lai Wuxiang and Master Lu Wan. However, Mr. Jean shook his head. People like them are too immoral. We wouldn't want them anywhere. That's good then. Mr. Jean, please chase them away. They are immoral and want to harm their companions. Even more tyrannically, they want to snatch the spoils of war. After getting Mr. Jin's approval, Old Lai smiled faintly. After saying this, he looked at Master Lu Wan and the others. He wanted to see them begging for mercy. Master Lu Wan is really unlucky. He just had to meet Old Lai again. What unlucky? Who would want to be in the same group as people like them? Brother Chun and the others spoke with cold words. They were extremely disdainful of Master Lu Wan and the others. Master Lu Wan, what else do you guys have to say? Old Lai looked at Master Lu Wan and the others aggressively. He was looking forward to seeing Master Lu Wan and the others beg for mercy. However, Master Lu Wan and the others smiled. Instead, they looked at Mr. Jean and said, Mr. Jean, some people just like to complain first. Lai Wuxiang and the others are such people. In my opinion, they should be chased away. Chased away. Old Lai and the others almost thought that they had heard wrongly. They looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh loudly. Chased away? This was the funniest joke they had ever heard. Didn't they see the relationship between Mr. Jean and Old Lai? Didn't they see how polite the gods were to Old Lai? Master Lu Wan and the others must have eaten a leopard's gall. Old Lai, since I reached the second half of the Tao Pagoda, this is the funniest joke I've heard. After Old Lai laughed, he looked at Mr. Jean and said, What kind of friendship do you have with me? How can you not know my character? You definitely won't believe their words, right? Chapter 52-23. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios this. Mr. Jean had a helpless look on his face. I really can't help. What? Old Lai and Brother Chen's eyes widened. They couldn't laugh anymore. Old Jean, what do you mean by this? Old Lai frowned. Mr. Jean sighed. At this moment, Master Lu Wan smiled faintly. Didn't you want to chase us away? Are you guys gloating? Look who's the one being chased away. How about it? It feels good to be slapped in the face, right? Old Lai and the rest noticed that Master Lu Wan and the rest were gloating. Old Lai stared at Mr. Jean and said, Old Jean, tell me what's going on. At this moment, Mr. Jean couldn't back down. After all, he trusted Old Lai and the rest more. However, Master Lu Wan and the rest had a powerful background. How could he offend them? Mr. Jean, if this alliance accepts just anyone and can't differentiate right from wrong, I'll withdraw from this trip. The Lord above me will definitely withdraw as well. At this moment, Master Lu Wan said indifferently. He was increasing the pressure. Mr. Jin's expression changed. If Master Lu Wan withdrew, wouldn't that mean that Lin Ling would withdraw as well? Old Lai, I'll apologize to you here. You guys should leave. Mr. Jean looked at Old Lai apologetically. This is my fault. In the future, I'll definitely pay you a visit to apologize. Old Jean, Old Lai's face turned red. This wasn't a matter of whether they should leave or not. It was a matter of face. Before this, they were highly respected. When they saw Master Lu Wan and the rest, they wanted to chase them away. But in the end, they shot themselves in the foot. How could they face others in the future? Yo, weren't you very proud of yourself before? You won't leave, even if we chase you away. I like Old Lai's face from before. Now, I'm waiting for you to chase us away. Aren't you very awesome? Show me more. Seeing Old Lai's embarrassment, Master Lu Wan's men mocked him. Brother Chun and the rest were trembling in anger. They were so embarrassed that they wanted to find a hole to hide in. Only Lin Ling had an indifferent look on his face. However, he was curious as to how Grandmaster Lu Wan could make Mr. Jean listen to him. All right, I'll go. At this time, the old rogue was too embarrassed to stay. But I want to ask why. Mr. Jean felt guilty at first, but he could only smile bitterly and say, they have a big shot behind them. What great figure is so powerful that he can make your Tooth Clan treat him with such respect? This side behind them is Lin Ling. They are all Lin Ling's people. As for Lin Ling, I think you should have heard of him before. He is a new giant of the 6th floor, with countless capable people under him. Our Tooth Clan has long wanted to form an alliance with him. Lin Ling? Hearing this, Old Lai's expression changed. He had naturally heard of Lin Ling's name before. It seemed that Mr. Jean was also helpless. Did you hear that? We're Lin Ling's people. We're big shots who dare to fight against the major god clans. You guys are nothing. At this moment, Master Lu Wan and the others spoke proudly. On the contrary, when Lin Ling heard this, he was incomparably surprised. When did he become so thick-skinned? Moreover, the Tooth Clan wanted to form an alliance with him? He obviously didn't know about this at all. Our Tooth Clan has actually been looking for Lin Ling, but although Lin Ling's group has a lot of people, it's hard to find them. Now that we've finally encountered them, if Master Lu Wan and the others leave, I won't be able to explain myself. Mr. Jean spoke of his difficulties. Old Lai could completely understand and could only leave with his tail between his legs. However, Brother Chun and the others were still shocked. Wasn't Lin Ling the person beside them? They looked at Lin Ling, asking for Lin Ling's opinion. Lin Ling naturally shook his head. How could he have trash like Master Lu Wan as his subordinates? Moreover, if he did, he would definitely break their legs and expel them. Seeing Lin Ling shaking his head, Brother Chun and the others couldn't swallow this anger. They said coldly, Mr. Jean, how can you be so sure that they're Lin Ling's people? These words shocked everyone. The people on Master Lu Wan's side had a slight change in expression. However, Master Lu Wan remained calm and didn't panic at all. After all, although they weren't Lin Ling's people, who could prove that they weren't? Brother Chun, what do you mean? Mr. Jean asked with a frown. They aren't Lin Ling's people at all. Even if there were 100 of them, they wouldn't be. Brother Chun said confidently. He then looked at Lin Ling and said, because he's the real Lin Ling. This time, everyone looked at Lin Ling and their expressions changed drastically. Mr. Jean was the same. However, he had never seen Lin Ling and didn't dare to be certain. Aha, you're saying he's Lin Ling? Brother Chun, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't speak carelessly. Do you know what kind of person Lin Ling is? He's a big shot in charge of hundreds of thousands of powerful gods. He's a big shot who fought against 2 major clans and still managed to escape unscathed. Him? Master Lu Wan laughed loudly. Why would a big shot like Lin Ling walk together with trash like you? What kind of joke is this? After hearing his words, everyone felt that this was indeed the case. Mr. Jean frowned as he looked at Lin Ling. He also felt that Master Lu Wan was right. We were fortunate enough to participate in the Battle of the Violet Wind Cave. We followed Lord Lin Ling to kill the enemy. We killed until the heavens fell and the earth cracked. Lord Lin Ling is a mighty and awe-inspiring person, unlike him who is so wretched, so cowardly, and so weak. Grandmaster Lu Wan continued. He stared at Lin Ling with a look of disdain. Great! Of all people to impersonate, you just had to impersonate our Lord Lin Ling. How should you be punished? You can't even see your own face. Master Lu Wan's people also mocked and ridiculed Lin Ling. After hearing their words, the surrounding people also started pointing fingers at Lin Ling. After all, impersonating Lin Ling was too shameless. As they spoke, even Mr. Jean didn't believe in Lin Ling anymore. Mr. Jean, impersonating Lin Ling isn't a small crime. It might affect the alliance between the Yifang race and Lin Ling. Moreover, he's also slandering our Lord Chief. Therefore, these people should be executed on the spot. Master Lu Wan said coldly when he saw that the time was right. That's right, execute these liars. Liars! Voices rang out as if Lin Ling was an unpardonable evil person. No, he's the real Lin Ling. I dare to guarantee it with my life. He's Lin Ling. Brother Chun and the rest were anxious. They all believed in Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling was so strong and had saved them before. How could he lie to them? Humph, you said it with your eyes and nose. We almost believed you. A liar is a liar. Master Lu Wan snorted and interrupted Brother Chun and the rest. Lin Ling's eyes were cold. He didn't expect this group of people to be so shameless. What's going on? At this moment, a majestic voice came from outside the town. Then, a large number of experts from the Yifang race walked over. One of them was the Palace Master of Daoist Shrine. Chapter 52-24. Palace Master Wu Dao, Senior Heavenly Tooth. Mister's expression changed as he hurriedly went to greet them. He was very clear that these 2 people had a very high status in the Yifang race. Senior Wu Dao was one of the people in charge of the 6th floor. Master Lu Wan. The gods behind Master Lu Wan were somewhat flustered. However, Master Lu Wan smiled confidently and said indifferently, What are you afraid of? Even Palace Master Wu Dao has only seen Lin Ling once. How can he know our identity? That's true. Some gods were immediately relieved as they looked at Old Lai proudly. Previously, I asked you to scram, but you didn't. Now that the big shots of the Yifeng race are here, let's see what you can do. Old Lai's expression changed drastically. He could clearly sense that these people were very powerful. They were probably big shots of the Yifeng race. Now that they had deceived the Yifeng race, how could their end be good? Old Chun, we're in trouble. What should we do? Old Lai looked at Brother Chun anxiously. This time, even Mr. Jean couldn't protect them. Brother Chin's expression was also solemn. He didn't know what to do. He even suspected that the person beside him was the real Lin Ling. Palace Master, Senior Wu Dao? At this moment, Mr. Jean bowed to the two leaders of the Yifeng race. I heard that Lin Ling's people are here, right? Palace Master Wu Dao waved his hand and smiled. He seemed to be somewhat excited. They're here, Mr. Jean said. Mr. nodded immediately. See, Palace Master Wu Dao and Senior Wu Dao were very happy as they chatted with each other. This Lin Ling's background isn't small. He has someone supporting him in the Primal Chaos realm. Now that he has gathered a large number of experts on the 6th floor, if he allies with us, it will definitely be beneficial for us. The higher-ups have already said that we must ally with Lin Ling Palace Master Wu Dao in our Yifeng race. Only you know Lin Ling. This matter depends on you. I'll do my best. They walked into the town, but their conversation wasn't soft, causing the people in the town to suck in a breath of cold air. They didn't expect Lin Ling's face to be so big. No. Thus, they looked at Master Lu Wen and the others with even more reverence in their eyes. They were thinking how great it would be if they were also at Lin Ling's tomb. Today, they would definitely be treated as honored guests. Great Master Lu Wen. Looking at Master Lu Wen and the others, they almost burst into laughter. After all, with the help of the One Fong clan, they could do whatever they wanted in this area. Master Lu, when tidied up his clothes, and walked towards Palace Master Wu Dao and the others. When he passed by Old Shaman, he snorted coldly. You guys good luck. The old swindler's entire body trembled. He clenched his teeth tightly, but couldn't say anything. On the other hand, Brother Chun and the others felt even more uneasy. Moreover, they were secretly blaming Lin Ling. If they had known that Lin Ling was a fake, they would have run away earlier. Under countless gazes, Palace Master Wu Dao and Palace Master Wu Dao walked towards Master Lu Wen. I didn't think that you would really come. This is our Tooth tribe's fortune. Palace Master Wu Dao glanced around and suddenly said excitedly. These words confirmed the identity of Grandmaster Lu Wen and the others. I just happened to pass by here. Master Lu Wen was also laughing in his heart. He had already prepared how to greet them. While Palace Master Wu Dao and Palace Master Wu Dao walked forward and arrived in front of Master Lu Wen. However, they didn't even look at him and walk past him. Lu Wen asked. Master Lu Wen was stunned on the spot. The eyes of the surrounding gods opened wide. Lin Ling, you are finally here. Do you still remember me? Under everyone's gaze, Palace Master Wu Dao and Palace Master Wu Dao stopped in front of the white man. Palace Master Wu Dao bowed slightly. After we parted that year, I didn't expect that we would meet again on the 6th floor. Everyone was stunned. Even Old Shaman and Brother Chun were stunned. Is this a dream? King Mister's eyes also narrowed. Is that white man really Lin Ling? Did you guys make a mistake? Is that trash also Lin Ling? Master Lu Wen suddenly roared. His face was distorted from anger. Previously, he had almost rushed up to the sky and enjoyed the adoration of everyone. However, in the blink of an eye, he fell from the sky to hell. King, not to mention greeting him. He didn't even look at him. Instead, he greeted that hateful white man. Is that guy Lin Ling? Master Lu Wen, you. Mr. shouted anxiously. Mother asterisk Kerr, he is Lin Ling? I am the old ancestor of your Tooth race. Master Lu Wen was so angry that he lost his mind. Are you guys blind? Are you guys stupid? I am the one who is under Lin Ling's tomb. Me. Can you guys see clearly? That's right. He is one of Lin Ling's people. Back then, he fought with Lin Ling in the Purple Wind Cave and shocked the 6th floor. Master Lu Wen's friends also shouted, "You are the one who is under Lin Ling's tomb?" Palace Master Wu Dao looked over and then looked at Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling was indifferent. Palace Master Wu Dao instantly understood that those people were fake. That's right, we are the real Lin Ling's tomb. He's a fake. Master Lu Wen puffed out his chest and said with incomparable confidence, "A fake?" Palace Master Wu Dao immediately shook his head. He knew what Lin Ling looked like better than anyone else, but this person actually said that he was a fake. "If you're under Lin Ling's tomb, you should immediately kneel down," he said indifferently. "Why?" Master Lu Wen frowned. "It seems that you still don't understand who is Lin Ling." Palace Master Wu Dao sighed and shook his head. "Use your dog eyes to see clearly. This Mr. Bai is the real Lin Ling. He is Lin Ling and not under any of Lin Ling's tombs. Do you hear me clearly? Lin Ling." Master Lu Wen and the others gradually reacted and stared at Lin Ling. He thought of Lin Ling suddenly joining them and also thought of Lin Ling snatching the treasures from them. But they never thought that this person was Lin Ling himself. They calmed down even more. Master Lu Wen, Palace Master Wu Dao, he is the only one in the Tooth Clan who has seen Lin Ling. Mr. Jin said solemnly. Plop. Master Lu Wen and the others' legs went soft, and they all sat down on the ground. Now, they finally knew how troublesome this matter was. They pretended to be under Lin Ling's tomb in front of Lin Ling. What kind of joke was this? The most important thing was that Palace Master Wu Dao, the only one in the Tooth Clan who knew Lin Ling, had seen through it. Spare my life, spare my life. Master Lu Wen no longer had the confidence from before. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed crazily. Master Lu Wen, you actually dared to deceive me. Mr. Jin also knew that he had been fooled, while the gods in the small town also had ugly expressions. Previously, they were still respectful to these people, but these people had their eyes on the top of their heads and spoke to them in a lofty manner. Damn, they're actually fakes. The most ironic thing was that these fakes were actually so confident in front of the real thing. Who gave them the courage? Lin Ling, mercy, mercy. Master Lu Wen and the others kowtowed to Lin Ling again. They knew that only Lin Ling could save them now. Lin Ling ignored them completely. He didn't have the time to care about such small characters. Chapter 52-25. Old lie. Old lie. We have known each other for so many years and are good friends. You have to plead for me. Seeing that pleading with Lin Ling was useless, Master Lu Wen quickly kowtowed to Old Lie. Old Lie was furious. Now you know we're good friends. Why didn't you call us friends when you wanted to kill us? He was truly enraged. This Master Lu Wen was the one who suggested to kill them. His heart was truly black. All right, let me settle this matter, Mr. Jin said to Lin Ling, but his eyes were filled with killing intent. Obviously, he was deceived and felt ashamed to face Palace Master Wu Dao and the others. All right, Palace Master Wu Dao and Senior Toothless nodded. No, wait, that Palace Master Wu Dao is also a fake. Mr. Jin, don't be fooled. What made people speechless was that Master Lu Wen still wanted to deceive them at this time. But who would care about him? After all, even if Palace Master Wu Dao was a fake, Mr. Jin couldn't do anything. After all, the real and fake Palace Master Wu Dao had a higher status than Mr. Jin. It wasn't Mr. Jin's turn to expose him. Moreover, this Palace Master Wu Dao was real. After all, the gods of the Tooth Clan could sense each other's bloodline. Lin Ling, I've let you see a joke. Palace Master Wu Dao looked at Lin Ling and said, It's fine. There will always be some people who want to be lucky. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. Come this way, please. Palace Master Wu Dao gestured to Lin Ling and led Lin Ling and the others into the depths of the town. In a large hall, all kinds of delicacies were served. Everyone was eating and drinking. In this hall, only those with real status could enter. However, Old Lai and Brother Chun had already entered the hall. Everyone was very polite to them. This made them feel like they were dreaming. Not long ago, they were almost beaten to death. In the blink of an eye, they were treated like distinguished guests. The difference was too big. After they finished eating, someone led them away. Only Lin Ling and the other two were left in the hall. Lin Ling, I didn't expect you to come to the 6th level after we parted last time. I just came to the 6th level and immediately heard of your great name. TSK, TSK, you were also incomparably famous in the luck level back then. Palace Master Wu Dao smiled faintly and introduced the old man beside him. This is Senior Wuxia, one of the leaders of the Tooth Clan on this floor. Lin Ling, it's an honor to meet you. The elder who had been silent all this time bowed slightly to Lin Ling. Lin Ling was the same, but he could sense that the old man was extremely strong. Of course, when he thought of the old man's identity, Lin Ling was also secretly surprised. One of the leaders of the Fong clan on the 6th floor, this explained everything. After all, just how big was the 6th level? There were countless powerful beings in the one Fong race. To be able to become the leader, what kind of status did that represent? Lin Ling, our Tooth Clan has always wanted to form an alliance with you. That old man had a head of white hair that fell to his shoulders, looking very languid and calm. I have no objections to this move. The main thing is whether the one Fong race will take a fancy to us small fries. Lin Ling said with a smile. Lin Ling, what are you saying? Senior Wuxia shook his head and smiled. The Battle of the Purple Wind Cave made you all famous. Now, you are one of the giants that can't be underestimated under the God race. To be able to form an alliance with you, this is our fortune. They already had a preliminary understanding of Lin Ling. They knew that under Lin Ling's command, there were many soldiers and generals, and he was powerful. Moreover, the Sun God race and Lin Ling were also very close. Lin Ling was even the Sun God race's benefactor. This meant that obtaining Lin Ling was equivalent to obtaining the help of the Sun God race and forming an alliance with each other. Moreover, Lin Ling even had the support of a powerful god from the Chaos Realm behind him. This matter was beneficial to the one Fong race. Senior Wuxia, these words are too exaggerated. We escaped from the hands of the two god races by a hair's breadth. Lin Ling said indifferently. Moreover, we have many enemies. The Myriad Sea race, the Silver Moon God race, the Nine Conch race, the Rotten race, and the 3 great sects of White Mountain. Our one Fong race also knows about this matter, but we believe that as long as we form an alliance, we will definitely be as strong as a piece of iron. Senior Wuxia said with a smile. When Lin Ling saw that Senior Wuxia was not acting on impulse, he did not say anything else. After all, he also knew that it was difficult to fight against the several god races by himself. Now that they were still weak, they indeed needed some help. This trip to Dragon's Tomb is the beginning of our cooperation. Come, drink. When Senior Wuxia saw that Lin Ling had agreed, he immediately smiled happily. He picked up his wine cup and clinked it with Lin Ling's in the air. That's right, Dragon's Tomb is the beginning of our cooperation. Lin Ling drank the wine in one gulp, and then asked about the Dragon's Tomb. In the end, he learned that the Dragon's Tomb was located in one of the Dragon Mountains. It was only discovered after tens of millions of years. Naturally, there were countless treasures inside. Ignoring everything else, just the Dragon Stone alone could greatly increase their respective forces. However, there were many people who knew the secret of the Dragon's Tomb, and there were even a few god races. Therefore, the one Fong race needed help. Is there a Dragon's Tomb in every Dragon Mountain of the 18 Dragon Mountains? Lin Ling asked. Yes, but it is very difficult to find the entrance in the other Dragon Mountains. It can even be said that there is no entrance at all. This time, we were able to find the entrance purely because of the god race's intrusion. However, the mountain is no small matter. There are powerful dragon ancestor souls and ordinary gods. They can't enter at all. There is still about a month before the Dragon's Tomb opens. At that time, the 6th level will definitely be in an uproar. If we miss that time, the Dragon's Tomb entrance will disappear. If we want to find it again, it will probably depend on luck. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded. After eating and drinking, Senior Wuxia suddenly smiled and said, Lin Ling, Do you know how to play chess? How about a game? Play chess. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He felt that Senior Wuya suddenly said this. It was probably not as simple as a game of chess. However, he still nodded and said, I know a little, but I'm definitely not Senior Wuya's opponent. Haha, playing chess is not about winning or losing. What is pursued is the process. Palace Master Wu Dao, come, let's play together. Senior Wuya laughed and waved his hand to release a chessboard. His chessboard was Go. Lin Ling still knew a little about Go. Back in the underworld, he was trapped by the suppression beast and was forced to study it for a long time. Of course, he felt that no matter how strong he was not Senior Wuya's opponent. However, everything was the same as what Senior Wuya said. It was just for fun. Winning or losing was not important. However, Palace Master Wu Dao's eyes flashed. He knew that this game of chess was probably not that simple. After the chessboard was placed, both of them moved. Lin Ling's chess style was bold and bold. How could he be Senior Wuya's opponent? In one exchange, he lost the first game. And when the second game started, Lin Ling's chess style still did not change. Bold and bold, showing off his edge, he lost the second game again. Next, the third game, the fourth game, the fifth game. All the way until the 10th game, Lin Ling lost all of them. But what surprised people was that Lin Ling's chess style still did not change. He still moved forward bravely, showing off his edge. This surprised Palace Master Wu Dao a little. Chapter 52:26. Your Excellency Lin Ling, you've lost again. After an unknown period of time, Senior Toothless raised his head and looked at Lin Ling. I know. Lin Ling nodded, his eyes still looking at the chessboard. Senior Toothless was alarmed. Lin Ling was actually so focused. It was just a game of chess. As the saying goes, chess enters life. He just wanted to see Lin Ling's view of life. However, he did not expect that Lin Ling's life was mostly about showing off his abilities and moving forward bravely. It was like a game of chess. He would not turn back until he hit the wall. The two continued to play chess. Gradually, the 100th round arrived. In these 100 rounds, Lin Ling could be said to have lost every battle. Palace Master Wu Dao was shocked once again. He had lost every battle. Most importantly, Lin Ling had never changed his style of chess. He was still moving forward without fear of death. And this was a style that only attacked and did not defend. Generally speaking, an ordinary person's style of moving forward bravely would definitely try to advance step by step after losing more than a dozen rounds in a row. However, Lin Ling had not changed at all. Again, Lin Ling was still staring at the chessboard as he said indifferently. Senior Toothless laughed bitterly and shook his head. I didn't expect Your Excellency Lin Ling to place such importance on winning or losing. I admit defeat for this round. He was also afraid of Lin Ling and even found it a little boring. After all, he had won every round and Lin Ling's style had not changed. Naturally, it was boring. Your Excellency Lin Ling, it's just a game of chess. There's no need to be so serious. Winning or losing is not important. What's important is the process. Senior Toothless explained, deeply afraid that Lin Ling would go berserk from playing chess. After all, there were such people in the world who viewed winning or losing as more important than their lives. They insisted on a winner. At this moment, Lin Ling looked up. His previous focused expression disappeared as he said with a faint smile, Senior Toothless, when did I place importance on winning or losing? At the end of the game, it was Senior Toothless' mental state that was affected first, and he left the game. Hearing this, Senior Toothless was stunned. Palace Master Wu Dao frowned. It was clearly Lin Ling who insisted on winning. He didn't give up even after losing 100 rounds. How did it become Senior Toothless who valued him? Lin Ling, Palace Master Wu Dao only wanted to say one thing. However, Senior Toothless interrupted him with a wry smile. Your Excellency Lin Ling is right. Palace Master Wu Dao was shocked. He couldn't understand what was going on. Because of Mr. Lin Ling's repeated defeats and his unchanging style of chess, I gradually grew impatient. Therefore, I placed too much importance on winning and losing. I was addicted to it. I was the one who quit and continued the game. Senior Toothless suddenly explained. Palace Master Wudao's expression changed. Thinking about it carefully, it was indeed so. If Senior Toothless did not place too much importance on chess, why did he stop? Lin Ling didn't care at first. He was like a white cloud in the sky, allowing the wind to blow. If he lost, he lost. It wasn't a big deal. Therefore, he continued to play chess. Chess is like life. The one who was unknowingly changed was Senior Toothless. It could also be said that in the end, Senior Toothless finally lost the game. Your Excellency Lin Ling, I thought that with my age, it was enough to guide you. I didn't expect that your experience, your foundation, and your understanding of the universe's Tao are deeper than mine. Senior Toothless looked deeply at Lin Ling and said, Senior Toothless, you overestimate me. I really want to win. Lin Ling shook his head and said, Oh, since Your Excellency Lin Ling wants to win, why hasn't your style changed? You have to know that with that showy and courageous style, there's no way you can win. My style has not changed because this is also my path in life, and it is also my style of doing things. A chess game is like a battlefield. Since I have chosen to fight, then I will definitely move forward bravely. Moreover, I believe that man can conquer nature. Even if he is bound to lose, there will be a day when he will, even if there's a chance that he will win. Your Excellency Lin Ling's way of thinking is indeed unique. However, it is really difficult to win with this method. Even if you're lucky enough to win, it will only be a small victory. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes flickered and he smiled. In the end, didn't I win? Hearing this, Senior Toothless smiled bitterly. Yes, in the end, Lin Ling still won. Moreover, Lin Ling said again. He paused and suddenly looked into the distance. I only want to win by half a piece. Win by half a piece. Senior Toothless' heart exploded. Palace Master Wudao's expression also changed. Was this what Lin Ling was like? Did it also represent Lin Ling's comprehension of the universe's laws? Even if he lost 100 battles, it didn't matter. He would win one day, and he didn't need to win by too much. He only needed to win by half a piece. Snatch half a piece from the heavens. The two of them kept thinking about this sentence. Faintly, they suddenly had a deeper understanding of the universe's laws. Looking at Lin Ling again, after he finished speaking, his eyes closed slightly. Faintly, he had a deep feeling in his heart. Win by half a piece. These words were spoken from the bottom of his heart. He didn't pursue a great victory, nor did he pursue a thorough victory. He only strived to break out of the universe's laws by half a piece. For him, this was a victory. With his crazy drive, he bravely moved forward. He didn't look back until he hit the mountain. He won by half a piece. The universe's laws of the Tao Tower bind us. Any god wants their universe to be able to fully display its power in the Tao Tower, but it is blocked. Therefore, the gods can only obey and comprehend the universe's laws of the Tao Tower, but they have completely forgotten their own laws. Then, I, Lin Ling, want to break the laws of the Tao Tower. I can go along with it or go against it. I have always followed the laws. This time, I will go against it. Only by going against it can you win by half a piece. A voice rose in Lin Ling's heart. He sat down cross-legged as if he had disappeared from the world. When Senior Toothless and Elder saw this, their eyes were filled with envy. They knew that Lin Ling had encountered a rare self-enlightenment. It had to be known that after reaching their realm, it was really difficult to enter the state of enlightenment. After all, they had already seen everything and knew everything. And when it came to enlightenment, it was the enlightenment of the Tao Tower. Don't disturb him. Senior Toothless and Elder Wudao left the hall. Palace Master Wudao pondered for a moment and said, Pass down the order. No one is allowed to approach this hall. Violators will be killed without mercy. Enlightenment was too precious, but it was also easy to interrupt. If you missed it, you would no longer have it. At this moment, in the hall, Lin Ling seemed to have disappeared from the world. However, where he was, a mysterious force appeared. This force was very small at first, but it gradually became huge. However, there was suddenly a grand force suppressing the surroundings. The birth of this force. Thump, thump, thump. This was Lin Ling's universe. Now, he had brought the universe with him, a powerful universe that attacked the Dao Tower. This was because he had always obeyed the Dao Tower's universe, but had never gone against it. Now, he was going to win by half a piece. Chapter 52:27. Clap, clap, heart clap, clap. What's going on? Where's Ling? In Lei Gong's palace, Ancestor Tai Yin and the others were shocked. Since the formation of the universe, there had been several turbulences, but none of them were as intense as this. It felt like someone was holding a huge axe and was going to split the sky and earth. Master, in every corner of the void, Lin Ling's disciples raised their heads. As Lin Ling's disciples, they had a premonition. Clap, 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 clap. Now, their strength was heaven-defying. After all, as Lin Ling's disciples, their strength was naturally not weak. However, if they left Lin Ling's universe, their strength would be greatly reduced. The universe is shattering and turning dark. Clap, 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 clap. Inside, a figure walked down slowly. His hair was white, and his long blue robe fluttered slightly. He was the universe master, Lin Ling. It's time to transform. Clap, 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 clap. Fellow Taoist, if you can't be reborn, then you'll perish. This universe will probably collapse and be completely destroyed. The Avatar looked at Lin Ling and said, they controlled the laws of the entire universe and were very familiar with the Lin Ling universe. Moreover, they also noticed that a large area of the void in the outermost region of the Lin Ling universe was collapsing. I am resisting the Tao Pagoda's cosmic laws. This is also the first time our Lin Ling universe has resisted since its birth. Get ready. If the universe can't hold on, then take everyone away, Lin Ling said. Ling said indifferently, fellow Taoists, don't worry. We'll do it. The avatars nodded. Then one of them asked, fellow Taoist Lin Ling, in fact, if this universe continues for a long time, it will definitely become a four-realm universe. However, it seems to be very risky to choose to attack head-on. I know, but I have to break and rebuild. Lin Ling nodded. His eyes looked at the entire universe and landed on everyone in the universe. He waved his right hand gently, and a powerful force floated out and landed in everyone's heart. Then the panicked people gradually calmed down. They didn't know why they were so calm, but they knew that this universe was stabilizing them and protecting them. After all, this universe was their belief. Linger is back. Ancestor Yin and the others looked at the sky and felt something. Father is back. Lin Yi and his wife also stood there and looked at the sky. Is it Grandpa? Beside him was a woman. She was Lin Ling's granddaughter. Ah, and you Xin Yuangu and the others are all there. Lin Ling told us to rest assured. After that, they all felt something in their hearts. Ah, unfortunately, the entire universe had become pitch black. It was getting darker and darker, as if destruction was coming. Everyone witnessed this scene, but they didn't panic at all. It's coming. At the highest peak of the universe, Lin Ling was still standing there, controlling Lin Ling's universe and constantly colliding with the great universe of the Tao Pagoda. That feeling was like an egg hitting a rock. Every time they collided, Lin Ling's universe was close to collapse and then loosened. One time and time again, gradually, Lin Ling's universe began to shatter. None the wind rushed in through the broken cracks, and the entire universe quietly turned into ruins. Then after that, lightning, flames, frost, and waves of power also poured in, destroying the entire universe. Fellow Taoist Lin Ling. When they saw this scene, all the clones looked anxious. It's not the final moment yet. Lin Ling's expression was still calm, but to the clones, the current Lin Ling was crazy, fearlessly fighting against the powerful universe. However, Lin Ling was the main body. No matter what Lin Ling chose to do, they would support him. The universe began to collapse on a large scale, turning into nothingness. A clone looked into the distance and said, "The outermost crack of the universe was getting bigger and bigger, and a powerful force poured in, destroying the entire Lin Ling's universe, causing the void to shake and turn into nothingness." The void of Zhuzhou was also constantly disappearing. Heaven, the earth cracked, the earth shook, and everything was turning into nothingness. Go! These clones didn't say much. They all disappeared on the spot, using the powerful power of law to take away the endless population of Zhuzhou's void. "All of you, come and help." The voice of Lin Ling's disciples rose in their hearts, asking them to help. So they all attacked. The void of Zhuzhou now had an endless population, which was also the void of Zhuzhou in the past. At this moment, they were all taken away by a powerful divine ability and left this universe. Is it going to perish? Is it a catastrophe from the heavens? Lord Lin Ling will definitely lead us out of this catastrophe. They were all praying, but they had no regrets. They all believed in their own legend, Lin Ling. This was also their belief. In the entire sky, only Lin Ling was still standing there. He frowned. Could it be that he was wrong? Win half of the heavens. Was he still not qualified? This is the only chance. If I don't win by half of the heavens, my universe will forever be under the Tao Pagoda's universe, bound by the heavens. Obey and become an immortal. Defy and become immortal. This time, I must go against this great universe. Lin Ling took a deep breath, and his eyes were full of determination. Boom! Rumble! At this moment, Lin Ling's universe was being destroyed at a crazy speed. The sky was collapsing, and the scene was extremely spectacular. Annihilation. This was probably the case for the world. Or perhaps this scene of destruction was exactly the same as the destruction of the world's will in the past, but it was more magnificent and huge. At this moment, in the end, the entire universe was shattered beyond recognition. Only Lin Ling was still standing. On the other side, everyone was shouting for Lin Ling to leave and for Lin Ling to retreat. This was because Lin Ling was in the universe and would perish along with the universe. Is this revolution really a failure? All the avatars had solemn expressions. As Lin Ling's avatars, they naturally knew why Lin Ling was doing this. 1. Cut. For the revolution. 1. Cut. For the first time against the Tao Pagoda's universe, not for obedience. If one succeeded, then Lin Ling's universe would transform. Its potential would not be weaker than the Tao Pagoda's universe. It would be an ancient universe of the same level. At that time, with Lin Ling's universe as the center, countless small universes could be developed. Just like the powerful gods in the Tao Pagoda, most of them had their own universes, but these universes were just small universes under the Tao Pagoda and the Chaos Realm. Chapter 52:28. What Lin Ling wanted to do now was to make his universe comparable to the Tao Pagoda universe. Crack. Crack. Lin Ling's universe continued to collapse. The ancient Zhuzhou was like a piece of paper. The continents shattered and flowed into the void, gradually turning into powder. Qing Zhou, Spirit Zhou, and everything else was disappearing. Lin Ling's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. Lord Lin Ling, fellow Taoist, Linger. Voices filled with worry came at the same time. Lin Ling was slightly distracted. His eyes seemed to be able to see into the distance and see familiar faces. He sighed and then continued to look at Lin Ling's universe. Since he had chosen to let the Lin Ling's universe fight against the Tao Pagoda universe, he naturally wanted to advance and retreat with the Lin Ling's universe. In fact, the Lin Ling's universe was like Lin Ling's child. It was created by Lin Ling. Now Lin Ling had chosen a new path for it. Lin Ling was also responsible for the dangers of this path. Rumble. 9. The void of continents was getting smaller and smaller. The ancient continents and the sky, full of vitality, were disappearing. This Lin Ling's eyes were filled with reluctance, because that was the place where he grew up, and there were endless memories there. while the mountains, seas, and rivers of the Jiuzhou continent continued to disappear. The stars in the sky, the laws of life, old age, sickness, and death were also dissipating. One began to turn into nothingness. Lin Ling could only watch the universe continue to collapse and finally let the universe fight against the Tao Pagoda again. It was just like his style of chess and his obsession in playing chess. After an unknown amount of time, the collapsed Lin Ling's universe had lost its momentum. The sun, moon, and stars were also disappearing. First was the moon. It shattered like glass, and thousands of stars fell. Next was the sun. Only in the far east, a ray of dawn illuminated the universe, penetrating the dust and sprinkling on Lin Ling's body. The sun was very warm, causing Lin Ling to be momentarily absent-minded. But yes, the sun also quickly collapsed and was swallowed by darkness. Black the darkness was like ink, constantly drowning out everything. Lin Ling could only see endless darkness when he looked in that direction. The moment the dawn rises, it can pierce through the endless dust and darkness. Lin Ling muttered to himself. Suddenly, his eyes became brighter and brighter. Shulight, this was the fire of hope. I only need to beat the heavens by half a point. My universe cannot resist the Tao Pagoda, but dawn can. Dawn pierces through endless dust and darkness. Ling's mind seemed to explode. He seemed to have grasped something. All the experiences he had seen in his life flashed through his mind. These memories, his life, his battles, and everything else were like the dawn of hope. They accompanied the final impact of the Lin Ling universe, crashing into the laws of the Tao Pagoda universe. True, in fact, this was the last time. If he failed, everything would turn into nothingness. Lin Ling himself didn't know why he had been so crazy this time. He had let the Lin Ling cosmos and the Tao Pagoda cosmos confront each other for no reason. However, he knew that this was a revolution. If he missed this opportunity, the Lin Ling universe could only slowly grow. Boom! Rumble! At the most final impact, even Lin Ling's body shook. It was like an egg hitting a rock. Then the darkness of the universe gradually spread in the direction of Lin Ling. Everything around Ling was like fragments. It continued to collapse and crack. Gradually, it reached Lin Ling's side. Lin Ling's legs also began to crack, collapse, and turn into dust. Finally, they turned into nothingness, while Lin Ling still had his eyes closed, motionless like a stone statue. After noticing this scene, Ancestor Taiyan, who was in the distant void, anxiously shouted. Everyone was like this. They could clearly see that in the distant Lin Ling universe, Lin Ling stood at the highest peak of the universe. However, at this moment, he was turning into nothingness. Everything was disappearing. This meant that Lin Ling would die with the Lin Ling universe. While the destruction gradually reached Lin Ling's upper body and continued to move forward at a crazy speed. Gradually, it reached Lin Ling's neck. No. After this moment, Lin Ling opened his eyes. Dawn, he muttered to himself. In his mind, the two universes collided. The Lin Ling universe was no match for them at all. However, a ray of light rushed into the Tao Pagoda universe. This is the dawn. This ray of light passed through endless dust and darkness and finally rushed into the Tao Pagoda. Dawn. However, it was just a ray of light, and it was only for a moment. It was like the moment when the sun rose. Then after that, everything disappeared in the next instant. Victory over the sky by half a step. Lin Ling's eyes became brighter and brighter. That ray of sunlight was the hope to defeat the sky and the Tao Pagoda universe. Return, Ling shouted. The shattered universe was constantly recovering. As a ray of sunlight shone past, not only were the lives of the world recovering, but they were even more vibrant than before. This was because after the final collision, the ray of sunlight from the Lin Ling universe finally rushed into the Tao Pagoda universe. Even if it was just a ray of sunlight, it meant that Lin Ling had won. Recover. Lin Ling smiled. His broken body was also recovering. In the blink of an eye, everything was back to normal. Looking at the Lin Ling universe, it was being destroyed very quickly, but it was also recovering very quickly. Everything was back to normal. Lin Ling, my lord, fellow Taoist. In the distant void, everyone saw this scene. They were so excited that tears flowed. Fellow Taoist, as expected of the great obsession. The doppelgangers all smiled and wiped the sweat off their foreheads. They didn't expect that Lin Ling would succeed in the end. Then, they used the Great Law to bring everyone back to the Lin Ling universe. None after their lives returned. They looked at the familiar hometown and the familiar universe and cried. They were back again. Four Realms universe. As for the clones, they looked around and smiled. Only at the outermost periphery of the Lin Ling universe, there were only four ripples blooming. This was the symbol of the Four Realms universe. The laws are even bigger and more magnificent, and the number is beyond imagination. Those who are here will have their cultivation speed increased, and their body's limits will be doubled. Moreover, there's an unknown force hidden in the entire universe. Now, the Lin Ling universe is finally at the same level as the Tao Pagoda universe. Yes, it is just short of continuous growth. However, after this confrontation, the Lin Ling universe's growth speed will definitely be accelerated. The clones were comprehending the Lin Ling universe, and the more they smiled, the happier they were. While Lin Ling, as the person involved, was also comprehending the Lin Ling universe. When he sensed that the Lin Ling universe had become a Four Realms universe, Lin Ling smiled as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Birth fight to the death. The final result was also very rich. In the Four Realms universe, whether it was defense, attack, recovery, or the vitality in the universe, it was endless. There was no doubt that Lin Ling had borrowed even more power from him. Everyone, I'm back. Then, Lin Ling took a step forward and appeared in front of everyone. Lin Ling. Chapter 52-29. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Great Flame. Old Ancestors' eyes were moist, and Lin E and the rest were crying. Previously, they witnessed Lin Ling disappearing. At that time, they really thought that Lin Ling would die. Moreover, this kind of death might not necessarily bring him back to life. After all, he disappeared along with Lin Ling universe. Lin Ling and Yue and Xianxia were very angry. Lin Ling actually played with his own life. I was wrong. I promise there won't be a next time. Lin Ling smiled bitterly. He also knew why everyone was angry. All right, it's fine as long as it's a close call. Great Flame Old Ancestor said to everyone. In the end, they didn't blame Lin Ling anymore. Linger, you have to promise us that you won't do this again. Great Flame Old Ancestor looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling hurriedly nodded. Even if there was a next time, he wouldn't dare to let everyone know. Look, the current Lin Ling universe is completely different. Lin Ling hurriedly changed the topic. Everyone looked at the vast sky. Although there didn't seem to be much change on the surface, they had a feeling that this place had changed. As for where the change was, in fact, they didn't know. It was just a feeling. In fact, they didn't know that the biggest change was that in this universe, everyone's lifespan had been extended. Only all the avatars of Lin Ling knew how big the change was in Lin Ling universe. It's rare for me to come back. During this time, I'll accompany everyone. Lin Ling still felt guilty, so he smiled and said, Great Flame Old Ancestor and the rest spared Lin Ling. In the next few days, Lin Ling didn't go anywhere. He accompanied his family and friends, and, at the same time, he taught his disciples. At the same time, he found that his disciples' strength had greatly increased. Now, the strongest was already a middle stage Saint Universe giant god. Of course, although they were strong, it was only in Lin Ling universe. After leaving, their strength would be greatly reduced. However, compared to when he was in the Five-Realm universe, the weakening was much smaller. If it reached the level of a world, it was estimated that everyone would be able to rush into the Tao Pagoda with their peak strength. This was also one of Lin Ling's secret trump cards. The power of faith has actually improved. At the same time, Lin Ling realized that his will of the world had broken through to the immemorial level and was just a hair away. This was an unexpected gain. Perhaps it was because Lin Ling's universe was almost destroyed this time, which caused everyone to be more united. Several days later, Lin Ling finally left the Lin Ling universe. At the same time, he instructed his avatars to stabilize the laws of the Lin Ling universe. Now, Lin Ling universe had become a four-realm universe, which had greatly improved Lin Ling's strength. As a universe master, Lin Ling could change time. Therefore, even though he had stayed in the Lin Ling universe for a few days, the Tao Pagoda had not changed at all. When he returned, although the time in the Tao Pagoda was still flowing, it was obvious that not much time had passed. However, the gods in the town had all disappeared, and there was no one left. Lin Ling opened his eyes, and his soul power sensed the changes in his surroundings. He was extremely shocked. Lin Ling, if you have finished comprehending, then follow the direction of this token. Sorry, because the dragon tomb has opened. We have to hurry. A voice immediately came from the side. It came from a token left behind by Senior Toothless. I see. Lin Ling nodded, took out the token, and then followed the direction of the token to find the One-Tooth Clan. Along the way, he did not encounter any gods, but after 2 hours, the number of gods around began to increase. Moreover, they were all gathering in a certain direction. The One-Tooth Clan is gathering helpers. Time is tight. We can't miss it. I've long heard that the One-Tooth Clan is gathering helpers, but I didn't expect that they would relax the conditions this time. Gods of unknown origins can also join. You guys are too naive. Really, the trusted gods are all following the One-Tooth Clan. We are foreign gods. To put it nicely, we are just here to make up the numbers. To put it bluntly, we are cannon fodder. Even if we are cannon fodder, why don't you go? Why not? The opportunity is right in front of us. How can we not go? Besides, we may not be cannon fodder. The voices made Lin Ling's eyes flash. It seemed that the dragon tomb had opened in a hurry, causing the One-Tooth Clan to leave in a hurry. They did not have enough people, so they were calling for all the gods to join. Follow them, and we should be able to find the One-Tooth Clan. Lin Ling originally wanted to follow the token, but since it was the gods called for by the One-Tooth Clan, there was nothing wrong with following them. Perhaps it would save more time. After all, he had already seen a group of gods preparing to set off. Wait, I know someone from the One-Tooth Clan. I want to join. Lin Ling hurriedly rushed over. The group of gods stopped in their tracks and looked at Lin Ling strangely. They realized that Lin Ling was only a saint giant universe god. How could someone with such power be qualified to know someone from the One-Tooth Clan? You really know someone from the One-Tooth Clan? Don't lie to us. Let me tell you, our leader knows someone from the One-Tooth Clan. It won't be good if you are exposed. A god said to Lin Ling obviously. He looked down on Lin Ling. I really do know someone from the One-Tooth Clan. Lin Ling naturally would not stoop to his level. Forget it. Let's go together. You have to pay us 100 spirit pearls. Another tall and slender god who didn't look very old said. Lin Ling frowned and asked, aren't you helping the One-Tooth Clan? Why do you have to pay spirit pearls? This is the rule, the god said, somewhat displeased. Otherwise, why should we bring you to the One-Tooth Clan? The One-Tooth Clan should not know about this, right? Lin Ling asked again. This time, the god's expressions turned ugly. The One-Tooth Clan naturally did not know about this, and they would not allow them to do so. This would ruin the reputation of the One-Tooth Clan. What's going on? At this time, an old man riding a spotted deer slowly walked over. The old man had white hair and a youthful complexion. His eyebrows especially reached his chest, giving him the feeling of an immortal. Elder Mu. Seeing the old man, everyone saluted him. The god in the lead pointed at Lin Ling and said, Elder Mu, this person is not willing to pay spirit pearls. Humph. Elder Mu knows someone from the One-Tooth Clan. His words have the most weight. Elder Mu frowned and looked at Lin Ling. Do you know the rules? Yes. Lin Ling suddenly smiled. 100 spirit pearls, actually, it's not impossible. But it's not easy for me to get my spirit pearls. I can't just hand them over for nothing. Don't worry. After you hand over the spirit pearls, we can bring you to the dragon's tomb and protect you, the god in the lead said with a smile when he saw that Lin Ling had softened. Really? Lin Ling was obviously delighted. This trip to the dragon's tomb will be very dangerous. Will you protect me? Will you help me no matter what happens? Of course. The gods nodded. Otherwise, why do you think we formed a team? Hearing this, Lin Ling immediately handed over 100 spirit pearls. The god in the lead was very happy and wanted to say something. However, Lin Ling suddenly attacked. A slap landed on the old man riding the Cicadier and directly flipped him over. Chapter 52:30. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios bang. Bang. The old man fell from the Cicadier and rolled more than 10 meters away like a rubber ball, attracting the attention of countless people. The leading god and the rest were dumbfounded. Mr. Mu was their leader. Although he was not the strongest, he was influential. Because of this, they dared to speak on behalf of the Yifang clan. Mr. Mu had a close relationship with the Yifang clan. This newcomer, who came from nowhere, dared to beat Mr. Mu up. You dare to hit me? How dare you? It didn't take long for Elder Mu to get up and roar as he charged at Lin Ling. Your Excellency, this old man wants to touch me. Take my spiritual pearl and protect me immediately. Lin Ling was not afraid at all. Instead, he looked at the leading god and said, the leader of the gods was stunned. So was Elder Mu. The people who were waiting to see a good show were all stunned. Although they said they were going to protect Lin Ling, they were going to protect him if he encountered trouble on the way to the dragon's tomb. It did not mean that they were going to protect Lin Ling even when facing Elder Mu. Do you know what you're doing? The leading god roared angrily. You should protect me after taking my money. Otherwise, if the Yifang clan finds out, they will definitely blame you for ruining their reputation, Lin Ling said indifferently. Protect? Protect your ass. If I don't kill you today, I'm not Elder Mu. Elder Mu shouted hysterically. A few of his teeth were knocked out. He had lost all his face. Did you see that? Protect me immediately. Lin Ling acted as if he did not see Elder Mu. He said slowly, if you don't protect me after taking my money, you can imagine the consequences if I report it to the Yifang clan. How dare you talk so much? This time, the leading god could not hold it in anymore. The god behind him was so angry that his entire body was trembling. He wanted to attack Lin Ling and beat this blind fellow to death. What are you doing? At this moment, a majestic voice was heard. The crowd parted, and a few figures walked over. Most of them were women, but they were not weak. Moreover, they looked no different from ordinary people, but they had a unique aura. This aura was unique to the Fang clan. People from the One Fang clan. Everyone was shocked. Brat, you're dead. The leader of the group of gods sneered. Since Elder Mu knew the people of the One Fang clan, the One Fang clan would definitely give Elder Mu face. Lin Ling replied with a smile, looking indifferent. Seniors, this person is causing trouble. Elder Mu spoke as he gazed at the women that were walking over. Of course, his eyes flickered slightly, because these women were all very beautiful, especially the woman in the lead. She had long emerald green hair and looked like a fairy. What happened? However, the woman's expression was very dignified. She was born into one of the 12 divine tribes and was in existence like an emperor. She had the right to be proud. It's like this. This person doesn't like being managed by the Yifang clan and is causing trouble. Look, I've been beaten to a pulp by him. Elder Mu said hurriedly. Then he pointed at his cheek that had been slapped and said, Look, he hit me. Seniors, if you let him be arrogant, what dignity does the One Fang clan have left? Hearing that, the women frowned and looked at Lin Ling. However, when they saw Lin Ling's characteristic white hair, their eyes flickered at the same time. What do you have to say? Surprisingly, the woman in the lead did not get angry. Instead, she asked. Of course, she knew Lin Ling. Even a few of them knew Lin Ling. After all, they were here for Lin Ling. However, they did not expect Lin Ling to not be in the town, but here. They wanted to collect protection fees. 100 dragon stones, so I had to pay them. However, they said they would protect me. After I beat up the old man, they did not protect me. Lin Ling said bluntly. Mu Lin's eyes widened. The leader of the gods also opened his mouth wide. Don't listen to his nonsense. It's not like that. Elder Mu hurriedly waved his hand. He stared fiercely at Lin Ling. He did not expect this brat to ruin things. However, he smiled confidently and said, Your Excellency, I'm Elder Mu from Deer Bamboo. Your Mr. Jean is very familiar with me. You should have heard of my name. Elder Mu? I've heard of you. The woman nodded. Elder Mu and the others were delighted. Since they knew each other, it would be easier to talk to them. Then, they looked at Lin Ling provocatively as if to say, You're too inexperienced. But he's Lin Ling. However, the woman said again, What kind of trash is Lin Ling? The leader of the gods said subconsciously, It was just Lin Ling. What was the big deal? That was what Elder Mu thought at first. However, he reacted quickly and glared at Lin Ling. Lin Ling? Lin Ling? That's right. He's my father's friend, Lin Ling. The woman nodded. Plop. Elder Mu sat on the ground in fright. He naturally knew what Lin Ling represented. Not only was he Elder Wuya's friend, but he was also an influential figure on the 6th level. How could he collect protection fees from such an important figure? He had countless experts under him. Did he need his protection? Mu, Elder Mu, who's Lin Ling. When the gods saw Elder Mu's expression, they instantly felt that something was wrong. The small town. The One-Tooth tribe is waiting for a guest in the small town. Elder Mu sat on the ground and said with a bitter smile, Plop. The gods also sat on the ground, and their expressions changed drastically. They had also heard of Lin Ling's name. It was said that the One-Tooth tribe had spent a lot of effort to wait for Lin Ling. Lin Ling was also an important guest of the One-Tooth tribe. Now, they were collecting protection fees from an important guest of the One-Tooth tribe. They must be tired of living. What else do you have to say? At this moment, the woman looked at Elder Mu and the others with a smile. As for Elder Mu and the others, they were all crying and speechless. How about this? I'll represent the One-Tooth tribe to tell you that from now on, you and the One-Tooth tribe are no longer friends. The One-Tooth tribe will no longer protect you, the woman said. Elder Mu trembled when he heard that. It was not easy for him to get on the One-Tooth tribe's boat. With the protection of the One-Tooth tribe, ordinary people would not dare to bully him. They were all extremely respectful to him. But now, he had been chased off the boat. Also, you used the One-Tooth tribe's reputation to collect protection fees. I won't haggle over what you collected previously. Now, each of you will pay 1,000 dragon stones as compensation to Lin Ling. The woman said again, Do you admit defeat? Yes. Elder Mu and the others did not dare to offend the One-Tooth tribe. They all took out money. Thank you. I didn't expect to get so much back after paying 100 dragon stones. Lin Ling smiled. The faces of Elder Mu and the others darkened. After this incident, not only did they have to pay, but it would also be difficult for them to cheat others. If they had known that it was Lin Ling, they would not have collected protection fees. Instead, they would have served Lin Ling like a master and sent him to the One-Tooth tribe. Then, Elder Mu and the others ran away and did not dare to stay any longer. Lin Ling looked at the few women with a smile. Do you know me? Of course. The leader of the women nodded. I'm Wu Yin, Wu Ya's daughter. I'm Wu Xiao, Wu Dan. The other women nodded. Chapter 52:31. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Lin Ling swept his gaze across and discovered that these girls all had the strength of early-stage universe giant gods. As for the leading girl, she was the daughter of Senior Toothless. Her seniority was very high. I've heard of you from my father, Lin Ling, a famous character from the battle in Purple Wind Cave, one of the giants of the 6th level. Wu Yun'er laughed. I've heard so much about you. Different from the rumors? Lin Ling sensed the meaning behind Wu Yun'er's words. Let's talk as we walk. Time is of the essence. Wu Yun'er did not explain anything. She was indeed the daughter of Senior Toothless. Her way of doing things was swift and decisive. He is indeed different from the rumors. I thought that this new giant Lin Ling would be very strong. In the end, he was bullied by a group of ordinary gods. If not for us coming, the show wouldn't be so simple. Wuxia suddenly laughed from the side. His words were filled with disdain. That's why hearing about him is not as good as meeting him in person, and he has a head of white hair. Although his looks are not bad, he can't be considered handsome. He can only be described as ordinary. Describing him as a passerby is more like it. The other women were also chattering. They came from the One-Tooth clan and had a higher status than ordinary people. In addition, they were strong and had high standards. Hearing their words, Lin Ling was startled. He could not help but look at Wu Yin, only to discover that she was smiling. She did not refute the words of these girls. This made Lin Ling laugh bitterly inwardly. Why did it feel like they were looking for a boyfriend? Furthermore, Lin Ling was merely toying with Elder Mu and the rest. If he were to attack, he was confident that he would not even need an instance's time to kill all of them. Of course, Lin Ling was too lazy to explain anything. There was no point in explaining to a group of young girls. You guys, don't be so calculative. Lin Ling has just arrived at the 6th level not long ago. To have such achievements is already not bad. At least when you guys first arrived, you were like ants on the side of the road. Not many people knew you guys. Wu Yin suddenly said after walking for a while. The girls all stuck out their tongues. They did not object to this point. After all, it was rare for a newcomer to shake the 6th level. Of course, that was all. Lin Ling, I know that my father values your strength, so we will protect you until you reach my father, Wu Yun'er said again. Thank you. Lin Ling nodded. He could see that Wu Yun'er was the leader of this group of people. He estimated that Wu Yun'er's strength could battle a middle-stage deity, Cosmos, giant god. Of course, to Lin Ling, this bit of strength was still not enough. After all, after the birth of Lin Ling's four-realm universe, it was at the same level as the Tao Pagoda. Its defensive power had been greatly enhanced. Because we have to be wary of other Protoss along the way, we have to speed up and take the smaller paths. After all, the closer we get to the Dragon's Tomb, the more Protoss there will be. First, let's go find Brother Wufeng and the others. They just came back from the south and are very strong. With them joining, the One Fong clan's strength will increase. Wu Yun said as she walked. Lin Ling did not object and followed Wu Yun. After a long time, they stopped at the entrance of a cave. Yin, you are here. A large number of Protoss from the One Fong clan were gathered in this cave. They were all incomparably strong, and looking carefully, they were mostly young, but their strength was at the middle stage deity, Cosmos, giant god realm. Brother Wufeng, Brother Wujuan. Seeing these youths walking out of the cave, Wu Yun'er and the others were very happy. Their attitude towards Lin Ling was completely different. Haha, it's been so many years since we last met. A refined-looking man said with a smile. He was Brother Winless, and beside him was Brother Wujuan. Both of them were the rising stars under Senior Wufeng and were highly valued. Has Senior Wufeng gone? Brother Wufeng asked. He went long ago. It seems that we are late. Why did you take so long to find us? AI, because of my father's instructions, I could only find Lin Ling first. That's why we are late. Lin Ling? I've heard of him. Have you found him? They chatted excitedly. They were all from the same clan and had watched each other grow up. Hence, their relationship was extremely good. And after hearing Wu Yun'er's words, everyone looked at Lin Ling. Oh my God. Don't tell me that he is the Lin Ling who made the 6th level tremble and won the battle in the Purple Wind Cave. Wufeng and the others looked at Lin Ling with their mouths wide open. They thought that a powerhouse who could make Brother Wufeng value him should be powerful and extremely dignified. But now, it seemed that he was very young and was about the same age as them. As for his strength, it seemed that he was much weaker than them. He was only a saint. Wufeng, is he a fake? Wu Juan had a face of disbelief. Lin Ling's name resounded like thunder in his ears. In the end, it was this ordinary trash in front of him. What nonsense are you talking about? How could Brother Wufeng make a mistake? Wufeng shook his head. That's right. Big Brother Toothless definitely wouldn't recognize the wrong person. And Yin'er is searching according to Big Brother Toothless instructions, so there shouldn't be a mistake. It's probably the real Lin Ling, just different from what we imagined. Wuxia nodded. I heard that there are countless experts under Lin Ling. There are even a few ancient emperors and many world-will hosts. This Lin Ling is also a world-will host. Although he is very famous, his strength is ordinary. He probably hasn't matured yet. He is a leader without maturing. You must be kidding me. The others were talking, their voices undisguised. But Wu Yun, and the others were not surprised. After all, when they first met Lin Ling, they had the same thought. It could only be said that their father valued Lin Ling so much because of his strength. I'm Wufeng. Lin Ling, I've heard a lot about you. At this time, Wufeng walked over and extended his hand to shake Lin Ling's hand. Lin Ling was a little surprised. There is such etiquette? This etiquette originated from Wuxia. The etiquette of the gods was mostly about clasping one's fist. Brother Wufeng, Wu Yun, and the others' eyes flashed. They knew what Wufeng was going to do. After all, such things were not rare to them. They did not know where Wufeng learned to use such a handshake to test the other party's strength. If one's strength was not up to par, they would definitely be shaken by Wufeng's strength. Wu Juan and the others also reacted and sneered secretly. Lin Ling, an ordinary person, was now higher in seniority than them. No one would be convinced, but they did not dare to go against Senior Wufeng's wishes. So they still had to give him face. Of course, that was all. Using a handshake to intimidate Lin Ling was not bad. At least it would make Lin Ling less arrogant in front of them. Handshake. Lin Ling recovered from his astonishment and glanced at Windless. Seeing his somewhat strange smile, he suddenly somewhat understood. It seemed that Wufeng was trying to intimidate him. It was just that he did not provoke them. What kind of trick were they playing? Lin Ling secretly shook his head. Since the other party wanted to teach him a lesson, then let's see if they have the strength. Lin Ling extended his hand and held Wufeng's hand. At this moment, many people secretly laughed, looking forward to seeing Lin Ling's painful expression. Chapter 52-32. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Bang. Two palms collided. It looked like a simple handshake, but the powerful god power was colliding. Of course, this was just a handshake, so he did not dare to go too far. He was only activating his god body. From Winless' point of view, Lin Ling was not from the god race. How could he compare to him? What? However, after Winless had activated his power to the extreme, Lin Ling did not move at all. One must know that with his strength, forget about a mere saint. Even a god level might not be able to block him. And he realized that Lin Ling did not explode with powerful strength. Even the universe did not explode. The gloating gazes from all around suddenly stopped. Something's not right. Brother Winless is not so easy to talk to. Could it be that Brother Winless is unable to touch that Lin Ling? No way. The difference between their realms is so big. How can he not move? Everyone frowned. Their expectant look was gone. Instead, they felt embarrassed. Winless, we are men after all. If we shake hands for too long, others will misunderstand. At this moment, Lin Ling's voice floated over. Winless' face turned sluggish. He secretly gritted his teeth and activated his god body to the extreme. However, Lin Ling was still as steady as Mount Tai. His face was all smiles. Brother Winless, that's enough. At this moment, Wu Yuner advised. Winless then reacted. His face turned red from anger. He could only retract his hand. Interesting. This is the first time I've seen Brother Winless so embarrassed. Isn't that so? As our leader, Brother Winless has always been a man of his words. Now that he can't even teach a saint a lesson, he can't put his face down. The One-Tooth race's younger generation were muttering. In fact, they also felt that they could not put their face down. Of course, Wu Yuner and Wu Xiao also felt embarrassed. Let's go. We're running out of time, Wu Yuner said to everyone. The One-Tooth race's younger generation stared fiercely at Lin Ling. Then they looked at Winless. Let's go. Winless only felt a breath stuck in his throat. It was unbearable. Then, Everyone started on their way, heading towards the dragon's tomb. During this process, the One Fong race's juniors were chatting happily, while Wu Yun was chatting with Wu Xiao and the others. On the other hand, Lin Ling was alone at the back and seemed a little lonely. However, Lin Ling didn't care at all. They weren't familiar with each other in the first place. If the other party came over to nag, Lin Ling, would be even more annoyed. This Wu Yun, his strength is not bad. If I did not comprehend the four-realm universe, to win against him, I reckon I can only rely on the Faith Sword. Lin Ling is also checking everyone's strength. He is confident that if the Four Realms universe uses it, Wu Yun will not be able to harm him. According to Lin Ling's estimation, only a godly power of more than 300 trillion could shake the universe of the Four Realms. Of course, this was also Lin Ling's conjecture. He had to test it out to know. This Lin Ling is so insensible. Forget that he had a little bit of ability previously. He actually even dared to mock Windless. Isn't that so? His mocking is equivalent to mocking our One Fong race. What can we do? Senior Windless needs Lin Ling's strength now. Otherwise, I guess Brother Windless would have already taken action. He is definitely not Brother Windless' opponent. Not only him, if it's a life and death battle, 90% of us are stronger than him. Lin Ling is probably only powerful in the world will. The One Fong race's juniors are whispering. They are very curious about Lin Ling's world will. Of course, they also want to have a big battle with Lin Ling. However, due to Senior Windless' face, they restrain themselves. Brother Windless. Wu Yin'er chased after Windless and called out, Yin'er, I know what's important. I will also give Senior Windless face. Windless said, making Wu Yin'er nod. She was afraid that Windless would teach Lin Ling a lesson, making it difficult for her to explain to her father. As they got closer and closer to the dragon's tomb, they met more and more gods. Among them, they met a group of 10,000 gods. However, after exchanging glances, both sides had their own misgivings and left. Of course, they also met a few loose cultivators. It was unknown which god race they had joined. At this moment, on the other side, a large group of people was also heading towards the dragon's tomb. There were strong and weak people among these people. The strong ones were deities and middle-stage cosmos gods, and the weak ones were saints. However, even though they were not strong, their origins were not weak. They came from the primal chaos world. The majority of the gods from the primal chaos world were related to the 8 great deities. Thus, their journey through the Tao Pagoda was much smoother. Junior Sister Wei Yang, it's fortunate that you met us. Otherwise, this 6th level would be troublesome. The leader of this group was a graceful and elegant man with an extraordinary temperament. At this moment, he was speaking to a young lady. The young lady was very beautiful. She was like the focal point of the group, but ordinary people did not dare to approach her. This was because her origins were not small. Furthermore, that graceful man was clearly interested in the young lady. That man was called Hua Jichu. Not only was he powerful, but he also had a great background. Thus, everyone gave him face. Thank you, Senior Brother Hua. Feng Wei Yang smiled and nodded, but deep in her eyes, there was vexation. She did not expect to meet Hua Jichu on the 6th level. She still remembered that Hua Jichu was still in the primal chaos world. Hua Jichu's background was not small. He had once declared that he wanted to marry her. Later, Lin Ling's arrival disrupted the marriage, causing this matter to be left unsettled. However, as time passed, Hua Jichu seemed to know that Feng Wei Yang and Lin Ling had left. Thus, he began to approach Feng Wei Yang again. AI, young Master Hua. He came especially for junior sister Feng. Yes, ever since Lin Ling left, Hua Jichu has been eyeing her covetously. It is said that he has been chasing her since the 1st level of the Tao Pagoda, all the way to the 6th level. Behind Feng Wei Yang, her junior sister secretly transmitted her voice. Junior sister Feng, although I, Hua Jichu, am from the primal chaos world, I still have some face in the Tao Pagoda. As long as you follow me, I guarantee that you will have a smooth journey. Hua Jichu was still hitting on Feng Wei Yang. This also made Feng Weiyang very vexed. She wished that she could get rid of Hua Jichu. However, how could she know that Hua Jichu's eyes were cold at this moment? There was only one name in his mind, Lin Ling. He had just arrived at the 6th level and was lucky enough to meet Feng Weiyang. However, he knew that the reason why he was in so much trouble was because of Lin Ling. That unknown trash Lin Ling had ruined his good fortune. Otherwise, he would have been together with Feng Weiyang long ago. The current him wished that he could obliterate Lin Ling. Unfortunately, Lin Ling was also hiding in the Dao Pagoda. He was probably still in the first half of the Dao Pagoda. That fellow had escaped a calamity. And not good. It's someone from the Tooth Clan. At this moment, a dignified voice sounded from behind Hua Jichu. Hua Jichu's eyes narrowed as he looked into the distance. He sensed a familiar aura. The Tooth Clan had a grudge with them, and it was a blood feud. They had just arrived at the Dao Pagoda and encountered several waves of people from the Tooth Clan on the way. They had quarreled and ended up fighting. Now, they had already killed quite a few people from the Tooth Clan. The other party would definitely want to kill them as soon as possible. Chapter 5233. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The Tooth Clan was probably one of the few god clans in the Dao Tower who dared not give Hua Jichu face. Everyone, be careful. Prepare to take a detour. Don't let the Tooth Clan discover you. Thinking of this, Hua Jichu said coldly, "Young Master Hua, don't you have some face in the Dao Tower? Why are you afraid of the Tooth Clan?" A woman frowned. This made Hua Jichu unable to put down his face. Then he glanced at Feng Weiyang. Seeing Feng Weiyang frowning, he was even more unhappy. It was not easy to regain his face in front of Feng Weiyang, but he lost it again. "Senior brother Hua, we didn't provoke the Tooth Clan." Sure enough, Feng Weiyang also said. After all, they were now implicated by Hua Jichu. "Don't worry, I can handle it." Hua Jichu could only force himself to say, "Senior brother Hua, this is the 6th floor, the world of the God Clan. If you provoke them and they want to kill us, they won't give us any face." Feng Weiyang said again, trying to find a way to get rid of Hua Jichu. Hua Jichu's face became even uglier, but he could not refute. After all, who asked him to be so weak that he couldn't even protect a woman? Hey, what a familiar aura. It's the group of people from the Chaos Realm. At this time, Wuxia and the others were walking in front frowned. They did have a conflict with Hua Jichu, and it was a big conflict. Which group? Windless frowned. That group of newcomers from the Chaos Realm are arrogant and lawless. They killed many of our people. Wuxia explained. F***CK, it's them. Damn it, I wanted to destroy them for a long time. Now we finally met them. Windless' body trembled, and his killing intent boiled because he had heard of this matter. That group of people was very arrogant and had already killed tens of thousands of their Tooth Clan's juniors. Because of this, that group of people had become wanted criminals of the Tooth Clan. To be honest, their Tooth Clan had a large number of people and was united. Ordinary god clans did not dare to provoke them, let alone a group of newcomers. Go! With Windless leading the way, the Tooth Clan's way. Lin Ling frowned. Why were these guys wasting time? Lin Yu translation, Su Yu, translation, it's you Hua Jichu. Then, an angry roar could be heard. You think it's fun to kill our Tooth Clan? I told you, don't fall into our hands. You can't afford to offend our Tooth Clan. Behind the voice was a surging aura that shook the great earth until it trembled. When the other gods who were hurrying along saw this scene, all of them turned pale with fright. They knew that a great battle was about to break out. On the other hand, Hua Jichu and the others' expressions changed drastically. They were too unlucky. Wuxia, relying on numbers to bully others. What kind of man are you? Hua Jichu said nonchalantly. The other party had too many people, and they were all god-level giant universe gods. If they were to fight, he would be in trouble. If he was alone, he wouldn't be afraid, but Feng Weiyang and the others were here. Looks like losing face is a must. I'm most afraid that Feng Weiyang and the others will be implicated, and there will be countless casualties. If that was the case, then there was no need to think about the marriage anymore. Hero, I'm a woman. Wu Yun had clearly interacted with Hua Jichu before. Furthermore, when their Fang clan's people were killed that day, the other party also relied on numbers. Now, he was saying that there were too many people. How shameless. Now that the Dragon Tomb has opened, do you want to waste time here? Hua Jichu said again. He was fighting for an opportunity. Hua Jichu, are you afraid? Wu Yun saw through Hua Jichu's trick, causing his expression to turn ugly. He finally said, what happened before was a misunderstanding. If it's caused any inconvenience, I apologize. As for your people who died, I, Hua Jichu, will compensate them. But if you want to use force, I, Hua Jichu, am not someone who can be bullied by others. You could go to the Primal Chaos realm and ask around. The 8 great deities behind me are very strong. In the entire Dao Pagoda, who dares not give me face? Ha ha ha. Windless heard this and laughed loudly. Sounds very powerful, but my One Fang clan wants to be the first to kill you all. This is a magnificent feat, and it will definitely alarm the 6th level. Despicable. Seeing that the One Fang clan would not give up, Hua Jichu finally knew that an intense battle was unavoidable. Kill! Hua Jichu shouted angrily. He wanted to fight for an opportunity. Kill them all, Windless shouted, calling for the One Fang clan to attack. Kill! The eyes of the One Fang clan members were red. They were taking revenge. The two sides clashed crazily. The small mountain peaks and ancient trees were all overturned. Rolling dark clouds rushed out of the sky. What a powerful battle. Who provoked the deities? It seems to be the deities of the Primal Chaos realm. The deities on the way had solemn expressions. Feng Moyang and the rest cursed angrily. This was an unexpected calamity. Who did they provoke? Although they were angry, the One Fang clan did not hold back at all. Anyway, as long as they were with Hua Jichu, they were his accomplices. Feng Moyang and the rest also knew that there was no way to explain. They would not believe it. Despicable. This young master Hua only knows how to brag. He even said something about protecting me. He even said something about having a big face. Big my ass. Big, indeed big. He has killed his way to the door. How can his face not be big? If I knew that young Master Hua was so unbearable, I wouldn't have followed him. Everyone cursed angrily. Hua Jichu was not weak. He was fighting Wu Yun. Of course, when he heard this, his face immediately turned ashen. It's actually her. At this moment, Lin Ling also saw Feng Moyang. His heart was somewhat complicated. After all, ever since he left the Primal Chaos realm, he had planned to sever all ties with Feng Moyang. But for some reason, he was always able to meet Feng Moyang. And this time, Feng Moyang's situation was obviously not good. Should he help? Lin Ling's mind turned as he looked at the man fighting Wu Yun. Through their previous conversation, Lin Ling knew that the man is called Hua Jichu. Looks like Feng Moyang and Hua Jichu are still together in the end. While Lin Ling was thinking, Hua Jichu's side had already lost more than half of their men. They were not his match at all. Lin Ling saw that Feng Moyang was being suppressed by Wu Feng. She was surrounded by danger and felt that she was going to die a few times. Forget it. Although we are on the same side, we still know each other. Lin Ling sighed and finally made a decision. He disappeared from where he was and reappeared between Wu Feng and Feng Moyang. Feng Moyang was still cursing. After all, she did not provoke this group of people at all. Instead, this group of people beat them to death. Most importantly, the opponent she was facing was too strong. How could she block it? However, just when she thought that she was going to die, suddenly a figure appeared in front of her. It was a familiar figure. This made Feng Moyang stunned. It's him. Her heart exploded. There was stubbornness, grievance, as if there were countless words to say to the white-haired man. Boom! A powerful chi wave erupted, only to see Lin Ling and Windless collide in a move. Wu Feng originally wanted to kill Feng Moyang, but after seeing that it was Lin Ling, he cursed in anger. What the hell is this Lin Ling doing? This group of people, for my sake, let them go, Lin Ling said indifferently, his body emitting a powerful aura. Chapter 52-34. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Lin Ling. Around Feng Moyang, her fellow apprentices were all exclaiming. They naturally knew Lin Ling, but they did not expect that Lin Ling would appear here. Lin Ling, this matter has nothing to do with you. Quickly leave. Feng Moyang anxiously said. She was afraid that Lin Ling would be implicated. Moreover, she also saw that this group of people did not recognize their own family and killed without hesitation. Moreover, her heart was incomparably moved. Every time she was in danger, Lin Ling would appear as if he was always by her side. And every time the danger was resolved, Lin Ling would disappear without complaint or regret, without asking for anything in return. Lin Ling, quickly leave. Feng Moyang's junior apprentice sister was also shouting. They were once from the same sect. Although they were not familiar with each other, they still knew each other. Lin Ling? He's junior apprentice, Sister Moyang's former man. Lin Ling? At this moment, Hua Zhichu was fighting with Wu Yuner, but his pupils constricted as a dense, murderous aura filled the air. Young master, this Lin Ling is an idiot. Just wait for him to be killed. However, Hua Zhichu's men transmitted their voiceover, full of ridicule. Lin Ling definitely wanted to show off in front of Feng Moyang, but he forgot who his opponent was. This kind of hero, saving the beauty, was courting death. That's right, this matter is already embarrassing for me. But now that Lin Ling is here, he will definitely lose more face than me. Hua Zhichu sneered. Lin Ling. He did not see that Wu Yuner's face was also full of surprise and anger. Which side is this Lin Ling on? Lin Ling, get lost. At this moment, Wu Feng angrily shouted, if you block me again, don't blame me for being impolite. Last time he lost to Lin Ling, he had been suppressing the anger in his heart. Today he did not expect that he did not provoke Lin Ling, but Lin Ling came to provoke him. This is courting death. Give me face and let them go. Lin Ling did not move an inch. Your face? You have no face at all. Windless coldly said, if you didn't have a bit of strength under the tomb, relying on you, he's just trash. Lin Ling, don't ruin things. The other members of the One-Tooth tribe stopped attacking and looked at Lin Ling with furrowed brows. This conversation immediately caused Feng Moyang and the others to be very surprised. Lin Ling seemed to know the One-Tooth clan. Moreover, the One-Tooth race was also giving face to Lin Ling, otherwise they would have already made their move. Why would they say so much? Lin Ling, you know the One Fong clan? Similarly, Hua Zhichu was originally looking forward to it, but after seeing this scene, his expression instantly turned ugly. This was because not only did Lin Ling know the Tooth clan, but he was also pleading for them. He, Hua Zhichu, actually had to plead for a love rival. This was too embarrassing. Moreover, Feng Moyang and the others will definitely feel that they are inferior to Lin Ling. Kill Lin Ling. Hua Zhichu wished the One-Tooth clan could kill Lin Ling to vent the hatred in his heart. Let them go. Lin Ling still had the same sentence, looking at Windless indifferently. Lin Ling, don't force me. Windless coldly said, it's impossible to let them go. I'll give you one last chance. If you still don't leave, then don't blame me for being impolite. I don't care about the others, but you have to let them go. Lin Ling turned a blind eye. You're courting death. Windless narrowed his eyes. He had long wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson. Now is also a chance. Brother Windless, make your move. The One-Tooth clan members also sneered repeatedly. Lin Ling want to be a hero, right? Fine, let him be a coward. Let him lose face in front of a beauty. Boom! On Windless' body, a powerful divine power erupted. Even more so, he had a sharp divine body, only to see a sky full of blood rolling over his head, vast and mighty. His vitality was extremely rich. Brother Windless is serious now. The One-Tooth clan members were shocked. After all, when he fought with Feng Mo Yang and the others previously, Windless didn't use his full strength at all. Lin Ling, I'll let you know what a guest should do, and not turn the tables. Windless' long hair danced wildly. With a roar, he slapped out with his huge palm. Spirit covers mountains and rivers. Ferocious divine power suppressed out, and everyone on the ground felt as if they were suffocating. Lin Ling, be careful. Feng and Mo Yang shouted and rushed towards Lin Ling, wanting to block in front of Lin Ling. However, he was pushed away by Lin Ling. He took a step forward, fused his innate talent, and also made a move. Rumble. Mobilizing his divine power, he clashed with Windless in the air. Courting death. In the distance, Hua Jichu sneered. He knew that Windless was a middle-stage deity, giant cosmos god, the same realm as him. Lin Ling, a mere saint, dared to fight against him. This was courting death. Windless, be merciful. Looking at Wu Yun'er, she was afraid that Windless would kill Lin Ling. After all, she knew that Windless had long been dissatisfied with Lin Ling. Now, he was using his position to avenge a private grudge. Rumble. Two powerful attacks collided. However, neither of them retreated. They maintained their attacking posture. Pung pung pung. Terrifying waves of energy and divine power wreaked havoc with the two of them as the center. What? Everyone's pupils constricted. They discovered that Lin Ling was not at a disadvantage at all. Windless' expression changed slightly, and he said angrily, I didn't expect trash like you to have some ability. Of course, he was shocked because Lin Ling was only a peak saint, but his divine power was not weaker than that of an early-stage deity giant cosmos god. It was close to 100 trillion. Of course, he was only shocked. After all, he had not used his trump card yet. You don't know your own limits. Windless shouted in disdain. He increased his divine power again, gradually reaching 200 trillion. This time, he wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson. Rumble. The terrifying divine power was like thunder, shaking the 8 desolates and making everyone's expression turn solemn. However, Lin Ling was still unmoved. Lin Ling's universe appeared on his body, protecting him firmly. Windless' palm landed on the universe. This was because he thought that Lin Ling's universe would collapse. However, Lin Ling still did not move an inch. This scene was just like when Lin Ling shook hands with Windless at that time. No matter how Windless urged him to unleash a torrential storm of attacks, he still stood tall like Mount Tai. How was this possible? This time, Windless was finally shocked. After all, he had already activated 200 trillion divine power. Not to mention a saint, even an early-stage deity, giant cosmos god would find it hard to resist. He suddenly looked at Lin Ling, only to see Lin Ling with his hands behind his back, looking at him indifferently. Give me some face and let them go. This sentence was also what Lin Ling said at the beginning. It was as if from the beginning to the end, Lin Ling did not take Windless seriously. Brother Windless actually failed again and again. The people of the One-Tooth clan were all exclaiming. They felt a burning pain on their faces. It was somewhat embarrassing. This Lin Ling is so strong. Wu Yun'er was also very surprised. Even Hua Jichu, who was fighting with her, was the same. Moreover, Hua Jichu's anger was not lower than Windless. After all, he did not expect that the ant in his eyes was actually so strong. Dream on. Windless felt that he could no longer put down his face. He felt that the honor of the One-Tooth clan had been thrown away by him. He unleashed his full strength. His divine power exceeded the 200 trillion, reaching 265 trillion. It was as if he was holding a huge universe and fiercely attacking Lin Ling from all angles. Die for me. It was as if he had gone mad. Pung pung pung. A deafening sound was heard. Lin Ling was smashed from the sky to the ground. After that, a terrifying shockwave still bombarded the ground, wanting to tear Lin Ling into pieces. Chapter 5235. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Brother Windless, do your best. The honor of the One-Tooth clan cannot be lost. Damn Lin Ling, go and die. The One-Tooth clansmen clenched their fists, gritting their teeth as they shouted. That Wu Yun'er felt her anger had been vented, but after reacting, she immediately shouted, Windless, you are crazy. You're trying to kill Lin Ling. Ah. After being reminded by Wu Yun Winless' expression changed greatly. Even though he hated Lin Ling to death, how would he dare to kill him? He hurriedly retracted his hand and looked nervously at the ground. It's over, it's over. Please don't die. He kept muttering. Hualala. At this moment, the soil on the ground churned, following which a figure stepped out. This person had a glaring light on his body, and 4 ripples were blooming. It was Lin Ling. Give me some face and let them go, Lin Ling said once more. His expression did not change, and even his clothes were not torn. The entire place was silent. Everyone had their mouths wide open, unable to say a single word. Facing windless crazy attacks, Lin Ling was actually fine. One had to know that even a deity realm middle stage universe giant god would not dare to receive so many attacks from Windless. Furthermore, he did so without retaliating. Windless stood there in a daze. His previous worries had all turned into 100 times rage. Lin Ling, this was him humiliating him. Dream on. Today they will all die. Don't think that your cosmos is powerful. I can't break through your defense, but you can't break through mine either. Hence they're all dead. Windless finally understood where Lin Ling's strength lay. So was the cosmos. He guessed that Lin Ling's cosmos contained the meaning of the world. Otherwise, it was impossible for it to be so strong. I'll kill them in front of you, especially the young lady. Hee. She is your lover. Let's see how long you can turtle after killing her. Windless roared hysterically. After being humiliated by Lin Ling time and time again, he had lost his rationality. Brother Windless. The One-Tooth clansmen were still calm as they tried to persuade him. They all did not expect that this revenge battle suddenly became a personal grudge battle between Windless and Lin Ling. Windless, on account of Senior Toothless' face, I didn't touch you. Don't make a mistake. At this moment, Lin Ling coldly said, You lost face because you wanted to settle accounts with me. You only have yourself to blame. As for me, I have always given you face. Senior Toothless also disdained to make a move against you. Stop King Bullsh T. Windless was even more furious. Must you force me to make a move? Lin Ling's hands behind his back began to condense faith power. What are you pretending for? You only have a strong universe defense. Do you think you are qualified to attack me? You can't touch me at all. Windless' pupils were thoroughly red, belittling Lin Ling as he shouted. Whoosh! At this moment, Lin Ling finally drew his sword. An incomparably dazzling light bloomed, turning into a sword of faith in his hand. And on Lin Ling's body, Lin Ling's universe disappeared, and a sword slashed at Windless. Go to hell. Windless saw that Lin Ling had retracted Lin Ling's universe. He opened his hands, urging a powerful divine power to form an endless gale, waiting for Lin Ling to jump into the trap. But Lin Ling's sword was a sword of faith. Bang, bang, bang. Wherever Lin Ling passed, all the divine power was cut off. The next moment, a sword appeared beside Windless' neck. Windless still maintained the posture of opening his hands, but he didn't move. His pupils were condensing, and he could clearly see the white-haired man in front of him, and he could even see that murderous sword. You! Windless shouted, but his heart exploded. Lin Ling hadn't made a move, but when he made a move, he couldn't block it at all. This was the true power of the world's will. If you weren't impulsive, in your heyday, you could still block a few of my moves. But now, your state only allows me to make a move. Lin Ling looked at Windless indifferently and said, Now, do you agree? Windless shouted again. Don't provoke me. Otherwise, even if Senior Toothless is here, I will still dare to kill you. I said it before, you can give me face. You can choose not to, but I will give face to Senior Toothless, but only once. Lin Ling said again. Windless gritted his teeth and didn't say a word. Forget it. This time, let them leave. At this time, Wu Yuner, who was fighting in the distance, sighed. Her heart was still rumbling. She never expected Lin Ling to be so strong. Ironically, she thought that Lin Ling's fame was due to his powerful tomb. Without a strong hand, how could he suppress that group of people? So that's how it is. Wu Yuner suddenly realized that her father wanted her to pick up Lin Ling. There was a meaning behind it, and that was to let her get closer to Lin Ling. Initially, when she knew this, she only felt disdain. A mere Lin Ling had the qualifications to make her heart move. But now, she knew that Lin Ling did indeed have the qualifications. When I said let them go, it doesn't mean everyone but them. At this time, Lin Ling pointed at Feng Moyang and the rest. I believe that they did not provoke One-Tooth Clan. As for the rest, it has nothing to do with me. Lin Ling. Feng Moyang looked at Lin Ling with moist eyes. All right, let them go. Wu Yuna nodded. She could accept Lin Ling's condition. Go. Lin Ling said to Wu Yuner and the rest. Lin Ling. Feng Moyang didn't want to leave. She finally found Lin Ling with great difficulty. She had always wanted to say sorry, but she never thought that the next time she saw Lin Ling would be at such a time. Go. Lin Ling still said the same sentence. Seeing this, Feng Moyang and the rest could only leave. After all, staying would make things difficult for Lin Ling. Hua Jichu and the rest couldn't leave, so they looked at Lin Ling angrily, especially Hua Jichu. He felt that he had thrown away all his dignity and honor here. After all, the girl he liked was saved by another man, and he couldn't do anything about it. Instead, he couldn't even protect himself. Although Hua Jichu wasn't considered a big shot in the Chaos Realm, he could still walk sideways. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Take care of yourself. At this time, Wu Yuner's voice interrupted Hua Jichu. The One-Tooth Clan also charged towards Hua Jichu. As such, the pressure on Hua Jichu increased greatly. Young master, leave immediately. We will cover you. The people Hua Jichu brought were loyal. They risked their lives to block the One-Tooth Clan. All right, don't worry. I will take revenge for you. Hua Jichu looked at Wu Yuner and then at Wu Feng. His gaze finally landed on Lin Ling. He gritted his teeth and used all his strength to escape. Stop him! The One-Tooth Clan was furious. However, Hua Jichu's people were all death warriors. They blocked them without fear of death, allowing Hua Jichu to escape from danger alone. Clown! Lin Ling looked at the escaping Hua Jichu with disdain in his eyes. He naturally noticed the hatred in Hua Jichu's eyes. However, to Lin Ling, Hua Jichu wasn't qualified for Lin Ling to hold a grudge against him. After a while, the people Hua Jichu brought were all annihilated. The One-Tooth Clan finally released their hatred. They all followed Wu Yuner and flew towards Lin Ling. Let's go. Lin Ling didn't even look at them and flew into the distance. Wu Feng still stood in the same spot. His face was green and red. He knew that if Lin Ling wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. He thought that he was strong enough to look down on Lin Ling. Now, he knew that he and Lin Ling weren't on the same level. Chapter 5236. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The One Feng clan members moved forward again, but this time, it was much quieter. Those who looked down on Lin Ling before did not dare to breathe loudly. When they thought of the scene where Lin Ling defeated Windless, they deeply felt that they could not see through Lin Ling. Windless and Wu Yun were at the back, also silent. They also could not see through Lin Ling's power. Saint rank, how can he be so strong? What defeated me before was the world will power. According to conservative estimates, it should be ancient rank. Probably at the peak of ancient rank, or else he wouldn't be able to break Brother Windless' attack. What surprised me was that other than his powerful attack, his defense is also terrifying. Four-realm universe. It must be the four-realm universe. With Lin Ling's current strength, he should be able to enter the 6th level's top 100. The two were secretly discussing. The 6th level's top 100, this was a supreme strength. There were god race powerhouses, rogue cultivators, and even wanted criminals. As for Windless, he wasn't in the top 100, but he was half a step into the top 100. Moreover, he was working hard to break into the top 100. After all, if he broke into the top 100, he would be able to win glory for the Tooth Clan. Unfortunately, Windlass was working hard for this, but he could not rush out of that door. Unknowingly, the white-haired man in front of him had stepped into the top 100. Windlass said that he was not envious, but that was a lie. No wonder Father values him so much. It is said that he just came to the 6th level not long ago. Wuxia sighed. He is indeed a little powerful. This, I admit it, but compared to the real top 100, he is still a little weak. Windlass said stiffly. While they were heading toward Dragon Tomb, on the other side, Huajichu had also caught up with Feng Moyang and the rest. Junior's sister Feng. Huajichu's voice came from behind. Feng Moyang and the rest also stopped, frowning. Junior's sister Feng, it's good that you are fine. Huajichu stopped and smiled. Luckily, I defeated them. You guys, you walked a step faster, otherwise, you would be able to see them. Feng Moyang and the rest were silent, their expressions cold. Junior's sister Feng. Huajichu saw that everyone's expressions were not good, so he spoke again. Okay. Huajichu, don't lie to us. Can you defeat them? You escaped on your own, right? Otherwise, where are you? Feng Moyang's senior sister frowned. I guess they were all trying to protect young Master Hua. That's why they died at the hands of the One Feng clan. I think so. Otherwise, how could young Master Hua have escaped? He couldn't even protect himself. How shameless. You still have the face to talk about repelling the Yifeng clan. The others spoke up one after another. Huajichu's expression instantly turned ugly. He was embarrassed and embarrassed. Senior Martial Brother Hua, you should leave. At this moment, Feng Moyang spoke. Huajichu's expression darkened as he said coldly, You don't plan to follow me anymore? Feng Moyang had wanted to get rid of Huajichu for a long time, but she just didn't have an excuse. She said indifferently, You said before that you had a lot of face on the 6th level and how many people you knew, but in the end, you were almost killed yourself, and that's fine, but you even implicated us. You still have the nerve to say that you want to protect us? You should leave. We're all afraid that we'll be implicated by you. It's safer for us to leave on our own. Moreover, we know people in the Dao Tower. They're from the Giant God clan. They'll protect us. After saying this, Feng Moyang led the group forward. Huajichu was stunned. He wanted to chase after them, but he didn't have the face to do so because Feng Moyang was right. His body trembled. This was the first time in his life that he had lost so much face. Lin Ling, I'm not done with you, he roared. Originally, everything belonged to him, but Lin Ling had suddenly appeared and ruined his plans, causing his reputation to fall to the ground. Feng Moyang and the others also rushed towards Dragon Tomb because they did know the Giant God clan and had contacted them. Junior Martial Sister Feng, we owe Lin Ling another favor. Feng Moyang's senior Martial Sister said with some guilt. Yes. Feng Moyang looked into the distance, her mood complicated. She had chased into the Dao Tower because she wanted to return Lin Ling's favor. But now, not only did she not return the favor, she owed him even more. At this moment, Lin Ling was getting closer and closer to Dragon Tomb. He was thinking back to the battle not long ago. The powerful defense of the Four Realms cosmos gave him a deep understanding. He estimated that it could block more than 3 trillion deity energy. This meant that ordinary middle-stage deities wouldn't be able to shake him at all. A cosmos on the same level as the Dao Tower is indeed powerful. Lin Ling was secretly satisfied. Not long after, the magnificent Dragon Mountain appeared in front of him. This Dragon Mountain towered into the clouds, but at the foot of the Dragon Mountain, there was a huge hole there. The hole was constantly emitting dense fog. It was very mystical. There were gods walking in one after another. They didn't dare to fly casually, but they moved forward cautiously. Lin Ling, we've arrived at Dragon Tomb. Wu Yuner chased after Lin Ling and smiled. However, her smile was somewhat forced, as if she had thought of the previous matter. Let's go in. Lin Ling nodded and didn't say anything else. After that, the people of the One-Tooth clan entered through the hole. At this moment, Lin Ling deeply felt that after entering the hole, a mysterious feeling enveloped his body. However, when Lin Ling tried to sense that power, Lin Ling couldn't sense it. After entering the hole, there was a brief moment of darkness, but it quickly recovered. Looking around, One could see that this place was like the remains of an underground palace. It was full of ancient bricks, and the surface of the bricks was faintly glowing. They seemed to be extremely hard. According to legend, Dragon Mountain is the tomb of the ancestral dragon. It seems to be true. Otherwise, how could there be bricks? Windless cried out in surprise. "Lower your voice," Lin Ling shouted. He could clearly feel that the gods who had entered with him had all disappeared. It was very strange. Windless was reprimanded by Lin Ling, but this time he didn't dare to say anything. He could only pay attention to the surroundings. The way back has disappeared. Wuxia suddenly discovered something. She saw that the entrance of the hole that they had just entered had already turned into thick bricks. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He mobilized his god origin energy and flicked his finger. A ray of light shot out and hit the bricks like a firefly. However, it was immediately rebounded. These bricks are indeed hard. There's a mysterious power protecting them. Lin Ling came to a conclusion. This meant that if they wanted to go deeper, the only way was to follow the main road. Flying and other means were useless. Wait. After that, Lin Ling frowned. His soul power was strong, and he felt that something was wrong. "Let's go," he shouted, and took the lead to rush forward. Wuxia and the rest were still in a daze. Windless shouted, "Lin Ling, don't rush in. It's very dangerous." With that, above Lin Ling's head, a huge rock as big as a city smashed down, causing Wuxia and the rest to shout, "Lin Ling, be careful." Lin Ling was a guest invited by Senior Toothless. If he died here, they wouldn't be able to explain themselves. Lin Ling was still rushing forward. He also felt the change above his head. However, he could feel that he could rush over. Chapter 52:37. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. This place looks peaceful, but I never expected it to be filled with danger. Lin Ling's heart was heavy. These boulders had appeared out of nowhere. Coupled with their hardness, even a god would not be able to block them. Lin Ling. At this moment, voices came from behind. The boulder was already very close to Lin Ling, less than 10 meters away. Lin Ling did not slow down and continued to charge forward. The boulder was getting closer and closer, to the point where his long hair could touch the boulder on top of his head. But at the crucial moment, he still charged forward. Rumble. Behind them, the sound of a boulder crashing down could be heard, making Windless and the rest secretly wipe away their sweat. A moment later, that enormous boulder the size of a city slowly rose up again. On the other side, Lin Ling's figure also appeared. "Come over quickly." Lin Ling stood on the other side and shouted at the same time. Wuxia, and the rest were still happy for Lin Ling. When they heard this, they were stunned, not understanding what it meant. After all, it was dangerous to move forward. Why would they charge forward? Rumble. At this moment, they finally noticed the change. The city wall behind them was actually condensing into a huge round boulder. Bang! The round boulder fell from the sky, causing the underground palace to shake. Dirt fell from the sky, and then the round boulder rolled towards Wuxia and the rest. Not good. Wuxia, and the rest's faces changed as they rushed forward. At the same time, Wuxia attacked, wanting to break the boulder behind them. However, when the attack landed on the boulder, the divine force immediately rebounded. There's something wrong with these boulders. They seem to be immune to divine force. Windless guessed. "Stop talking, let's charge forward." Wuxia's face was heavy. If they were crushed by the boulder, even a god would not be able to block it. Everyone's speed was very fast as they rushed forward. But at this moment, the boulder that Lin Ling was facing fell from the sky again. "Quick!" Wuxia quickly shouted. Lin Ling was on the other side and could clearly see the situation. He also shouted, "The people behind, don't charge forward. There's no time. Wait for the next time." Hearing this, the people at the front of the group charged forward with all their might, while the people at the back of the group stopped in their tracks. However, there were some who were afraid of death and still followed behind Wuxia, and the others, attempting to charge past the giant rock. Rumble. The huge boulder quickly smashed down, causing Wu Yun and the others who were below the boulder to become anxious. They used all their strength. Whoosh, whoosh. In the end, they barely managed to pass through the boulder. Save me. However, there was still one person who was a step slower and was shouting anxiously. And after Wu Yun and the rest rushed past the boulder, they turned back to look. All of their faces changed, but they were helpless. They hurriedly unleashed a powerful attack, hoping to buy time for that person. Unfortunately, it was useless. The giant rock was like a giant Vajra city, unmoved. Boom! It continued until the man was smashed into minced meat. Dead. Everyone's faces froze when they saw that person disappear. They never imagined that someone would die as soon as they entered this place. Rumble. At the same time, the boulder slowly rose, allowing Lin Ling and the others to see the person behind the boulder. Come over quickly. Wu Jian and the others shouted because the round boulder was also rolling over. This meant that everyone only had one chance. If they did not come over, they would die under the round boulder. Luckily, the square boulder was rising, giving everyone a chance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Everyone unleashed their strength and leaped under the boulder. Their speed was as fast as teleportation. Fortunately, the boulder was grand and wide. Otherwise, everyone would have already passed through it. However, this time, everyone finally managed to pass through without any mishap. They gathered together, breathing heavily, their foreheads full of cold sweat, as if they had not reacted yet. Lin Ling looked ahead and said indifferently, "Looks like this underground palace dragon tomb is not simple." Anticipation rose in his heart. This underground palace was so dangerous, then the treasures obtained would definitely be extraordinary. If only he could rush into the divine level. Although his strength was considered above average in the 6th level, he knew that was because he had yet to meet a true expert. Let's go. Following that, Lin Ling said to everyone and took the lead to advance. Wu Yun, Winless, and the rest looked at Lin Ling with complicated expressions. If they looked down on Lin Ling at the start, and then Lin Ling defeated Winless, making them pay attention to him, then now, they somewhat worshipped him. After all, Lin Ling's realm did not seem high, but that ability to not be afraid in the face of danger was something they did not possess. Following by Lin Ling's side, they would have a sense of security. Rumble. Everyone continued to advance for a very long time. The sky also kept smashing boulders down. Luckily, everyone was prepared. It was a daunting experience without any mishap. After a long time, an entrance appeared in front. The entrance was pitch black with dense fog pervading the air. Seems like we've reached a new place. However, along the way, why didn't we see anyone else? One must know that there are many people who enter the Dragon Tomb now. I reckoned that after entering the cave, the direction changed. Wu Yin and the rest were talking. In fact, after entering the cave, Lin Ling had also been investigating. However, no matter what divine ability he used, he could not see through the Dragon Tomb. He could only be sure that they were now in the Dragon Mountain. There's no danger ahead. Let's go. Lin Ling sensed the front and then took the lead to walk towards the entrance. When Wu Yin, and the rest saw this, they quickly followed. After entering the entrance, everyone was shocked because they had arrived at a majestic hall. This hall was very tall, and there were clouds floating in the sky. Above the clouds, there were impenetrable city bricks that sealed everything. Looking at the area, it was a majestic plain. However, they could still see the thick city walls in the distance. This was simply a giant's hall. After all, there were stone pillars in the hall, but they were all incomparably huge. At this moment, there were intense battles everywhere in the hall. Upon closer inspection, there were many people inside. Looking at the corner of the hall, there were a large number of dragon stones. It was estimated that these people were fighting for the dragon stones. So many dragon stones. Wu Yin immediately revealed a smile. Lin Ling looked at the battles around and discovered that there were many experts. The stronger ones were deities and late-stage cosmos giants. The battles were incomparably intense. Of course, there were also deities falling. Everyone be careful. Don't attract too much attention. Lin Ling could not help but remind them. With their strength, it was hard for them to fight against too many deities. Windlass and the rest nodded. They carefully moved forward and collected dragon stones by the side of an enormous stone pillar. Lin Ling was also collecting, but his gaze was always on the surroundings to prevent any sudden incidents. Look, that's the One-Tooth Clan. Lin Ling and the rest suddenly entered, and they were seen by some deities. The majority of deities did not care about the One-Tooth Clan, but there were exceptions. This was the Ceiling Cave Clan, because the Ceiling Cave Clan and the One-Tooth Clan had an irreconcilable enmity. It's the brats from the One-Tooth Clan. Good chance, kill them. The Ceiling Cave Clan deity revealed his killing intent. He wanted to kill Windlass and the rest. Chapter 52:38. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Haha, the lowest dragonstones here are 2 dragonstones. We're going to be rich. Wu Feng and the others were very happy and laughed loudly. Wu Feng looked around and saw a rare 3 dragonstone. He stretched out his hand and wanted to collect it, but in front of him, a palm was faster than him. He looked up. Damn, it's you, Lin Ling. He quickly gave it to Lin Ling and laughed. You saw it first, it's yours. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Seeing this, Wu Yun and the others laughed and scolded. Lin Ling also laughed and collected the 3 dragonstones. He sighed in his heart. Dragonstones were very rare in the 18 Dragon Mountains, but here they were everywhere. Plus, no one collected 1 dragonstone. The lowest was 2 dragonstones. Just as he collected the dragonstones, Lin Ling suddenly frowned. He felt a strong aura flying towards them. He quickly said, "Someone is coming." Wu Yun, and the others looked around and their faces changed. It's young Master Wu from the Ceiling Cave Clan. Ceiling Cave Clan? Lin Ling frowned. He had heard of this mysterious clan. That young Master Wu is in the top 100 of the 6th floor. He is on par with Yin Xuanyu from the Silver Moon Clan. Wu Yin-er's face turned serious. The most important thing is that the Ceiling Cave Clan and our One-Tooth Clan have grievances. Now that they are here, they most likely have bad intentions. Ha ha ha, Wu Feng, you still haven't left after seeing me, Wu Feng. At this time, a loud laugh came. Young Master Wu from the Ceiling Cave Clan slowed down and walked over with his hands behind his back. The so-called enemies meet on a narrow road. Today, you can't escape. Wu Feng shouted. He had interacted with young Master Wu many times. He knew the latter's strength and knew that the latter could not wait to kill them. Usually, with the One-Tooth Clan seniors here, young Master Wu would not dare to act recklessly. Now that there were no seniors here and they were in this place, they could not avoid trouble. He, who is the one who can't escape. Currently, we can't determine. Wu Feng sneered and gave Wu Yun, and the others a look, reminding them of the upcoming battle. Rumble. At the same time, a rumbling sound rang out. Prince Wu had already made his move. He slapped out with his palm. A divine mountain appeared. Golden light shone resplendently, as if it could seal heaven and earth. Get lost. Windlass unleashed his full power, punching out with both fists. 2 trillion divinity power surged out. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded as the golden divine mountain was destroyed. However, it was clear that young Master Wu had not used his full strength. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the same time, more than 10 figures appeared in the surroundings and encircled them. Looking carefully, these people were all middle-stage deity cosmos giant gods, much stronger than Wu Yun and the others. And that was not all. Among them, there were even top 100 great beings, and these top 100 great beings were the best of the best among the god-level giant universe gods. You still dare to be so stubborn? Fine, let me see how amazing you One Feng Clan juniors are. Young Master Wu seemed to be in control of the situation as he smiled and said, Wu Yun, I know that Senior Wuya and the others have left and entered the depths of the underground palace. Now, there is no one who can help you. Attack. Following which, he ordered the other experts to attack. Kill them all. On the 6th level, ordinary people did not dare to kill those from the deity race, but it was normal for deities to kill those from the deity race. Everyone be careful. Wu Yun warned and took the initiative to attack. Now that she was the leader of the group, she naturally had to face young Master Wu. Her hands danced as she mobilized her divinity energy and pushed out the universe. 2 layers of attacks transformed into a layer of purple light that rushed towards young Master Wu. The surrounding area became hazy for some reason, just like the moment when the sun rose. Insignificant tricks. Young Master Wu opened his hands, and his divinity energy transformed into a large number of majestic divine mountains that ruthlessly rushed forward. Pung, pung, boom, boom, boom. If not for the entire Great Hall being filled with battles, the battle here would have attracted the attention of countless people. One could see the golden divine mountain colliding with the purple fog. That fog seemed to have materialized and was constantly destroying the divine mountain. However, the golden divine mountain was clearly more powerful, and the purple fog could not last for long. Dust Spirit 2 Flight. Wu Yun's expression froze as she mobilized all her divinity energy to resist. Kill. On the other side, Wu Feng and the rest were also clashing with the one-tooth race. Rumble. The battle between the two sides was extremely intense. Although Wu Feng and the rest had more people, their strength was slightly weaker. Therefore, they could only barely not lose. Hee hee, so many of you, and you can't even stop a dozen of us. Your one-tooth race is a disgrace. The other party sneered. They were not in a hurry to kill Wu Feng and the rest. After all, they were also afraid that Wu Feng and the rest would act out of desperation. Anyways, if this continued, Wu Feng and the rest would definitely die. Now, they could only wait for Wu Yun to be killed first. Wu Yun, you are very beautiful. If not for the fact that you are from the one-tooth race, this young master would not want to destroy you. Young Master Wu seemed to be at ease. His divinity energy had reached 3 trillion. Adding on his powerful divinity body, he would kill Wu Yun sooner or later. Young Master Wu, you are so arrogant and complacent. Be careful that an arrogant army will be defeated. Wu Yun could feel the huge pressure. Without mentioning other things, just the 30 billion divinity energy was enough to tire her out. The two had fought for hundreds of rounds. If not for the floor of the underground palace being tough, this place would have been destroyed. Go and die 9 words acupuncture point seal. At this moment, young Master Wu grasped the opportunity. His hands moved rapidly, forming a mysterious seal. After fusing with his divinity body, he unleashed a fierce attack. Wu Yun was surrounded by 9 golden divinity mountains. Furthermore, the 9 divinity mountains were charging towards Wu Yun. Not good, I've been tricked. Wu Yun's expression changed. If her acupuncture point was sealed, even if she did not die, she would lose a layer of skin. She now knew how powerful the top 100 of the 6th floor were. Xiao. At this moment, a dazzling sword arrived and shot in from her left. Under the sword, a crack appeared on one of the divinity mountains. What? Young Master Wu's expression changed. His 9 words, acupuncture point seal, was connected from head to tail. This chop was not just one divinity mountain, but 9. The person who came could actually split the divinity mountains. From this, one could see how terrifying his strength was. And the person who attacked was Lin Ling. He had used a faith sword. However, this sword that could cut through everything was unable to split the golden divinity mountains. This undoubtedly caused him to be very shocked. It seemed like the top 100 of the 6th floor did not live up to their reputation. Lin Ling. Wu Yun saw Lin Ling beside her and was overjoyed. Hurry up and leave this place. When Lin Ling saw that his sword could not split the divinity mountains, he knew that if he was sealed by the 9 divinity mountains, he would most likely die. My 9 words, acupuncture point seal, is not something that you can come and go as you please. Young Master Wu roared. Bang! But at this moment, Lin Ling punched out. The terrifying punch seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth. It actually caused the Divinity Mountains to retreat, following which Lin Ling brought Wu Yun out of the 9 words acupuncture point seal. At this moment, Lin Ling also noticed that the 9 words acupuncture point seal was actually mixed with many different powers. There was the power of the gods, the power of the universe, and the unique divinity body of the Sealing Point tribe. Chapter 5239. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Xianxia. 2 figures rushed out of the 9 sacred mountains, causing Wu Feng and the rest to feel relieved. Fortunately, Lin Ling was there. Prince Wu's expression was ugly. He almost killed Wu Yun, but she was saved by this white-haired male. Who was this white-haired male? Furthermore, he had seen this white-haired male before, but he did not expect him to be so strong. Your strength is not bad. You're only a saint, but you can break my 9 words acupuncture point seal. Who are you? Prince Wu looked at Lin Ling, ignored him, and let Wu Yun, help Wu Feng and the rest. He then looked at Prince Wu. Your strength is not bad too. Middle stage deity realm universe giant god, but your deity energy has reached 300 trillion units, comparable to a late-stage universe giant god. Your Excellency, there are very few experts like you on the 6th floor. Even if you don't say anything, it's easy to find out. Prince Wu wanted to know Lin Ling's background. Lin Ling's eyes flashed, and he did not hide. I am Lin Ling. Lin Ling. Prince Wu's eyes narrowed. He had heard of Lin Ling's name. He was a new giant on the 6th floor. During the battle in the Purple Wind Cave, he escaped from the hands of 2 deity clans. One of the 8 deities from the primal chaos world, White Mountain Great Buddha, was sent out, but they still could not catch Lin Ling. I have heard of your name for a long time. So it is you. Prince Wu smiled, his eyes burning with the flames of war. I heard that you killed Xianxia. At first, I thought it was just a rumor. But after meeting you today, it is indeed possible. Only possible? Lin Ling smiled. Of course, Xianxia is not that weak. If you only have that kind of strength, you're comparable to Xianxia, or even slightly weaker. Young Master Wu nodded. Of course, I can't guarantee that you're still hiding your strength, so we'll find out soon enough. Moreover, I'm very excited. If I kill a giant like you, Wu Feng's name will probably shake the entire 6th floor. You think you have the strength? Lin Ling smiled. Of course. Young Master Wu nodded proudly. I'm ranked 72nd among the top 100 gods on the 6th level. In terms of strength, I'm actually slightly stronger than Xianxia. You're in the top 100 of the 6th floor, and I'm a new big shot of the 6th floor. That little bit of fame of yours isn't enough to take advantage of me. Lin Ling said. We'll know after the battle. Young Master Wu stretched out his hand and condensed a powerful divine energy into a huge golden divine mountain that floated behind young Master Wu. It was incomparably majestic. Coo coo coo. Young Master Wu also let out a strange sound, giving people an extremely strange feeling. However, after these sounds, the golden mountains began to condense and collided with each other. Gradually, they turned into a huge beast. This beast was golden in color and extremely long. It gave off a very strange feeling. Pangolin. Lin Ling's eyes flashed as he saw the golden beast's true form. You do have some eyesight, but you guessed wrong. It's the golden armadillo king. Young Master Wu smiled coldly, and then ordered the huge armadillo to pounce on Lin Ling. The underground palace shook violently, and the roof of the palace was constantly falling debris. The shock of the golden armadillo king caused countless battles to stop. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling's battle had become the most intense battle. That's young Master Wu from the Sealing Cave tribe, who's so powerful that they dare to fight with him. That white-haired man, I wonder who he is. Everyone squinted their eyes and was surprised. Panga's finger. Lin Ling saw the golden light flickering toward him. He was shocked that the huge golden armadillo king was so fast. He erupted with all his strength and used the Panga's attack. A huge finger was shot out. This finger, formed by divine energy, was actually not smaller than the Golden Armadillo King. It glided along the ground, creating a huge trench in the ground. Boom! With a loud boom, the two powerful forces collided, and the entire underground palace shook. Bang, bang, bang. Then, the rumbling continued. The gigantic Golden Armadillo King was sent flying by Lin Ling's finger, rolling on the ground like a rubber ball. But soon, it got up again, and with anger in its eyes, it pounced on Lin Ling again. So strong. Lin Ling's expression changed slightly. His Panga's finger was no small matter now. It only made the divine beast roll on the ground, and it did not even hurt it. Bastard! He roared and mobilized all his faith, fusing it with the power of faith. His entire sword shone brightly, and it had reached the peak of the immemorial grade. He suddenly appeared on top of the Golden Armadillo King, holding the sword with both hands and slashing down. The Sword of Faith was now used as a battle axe. Clang! Facing Lin Ling's sword, the Golden Armadillo King actually shrank into a ball. Its golden scale shone brightly and blocked Lin Ling's sword. Crack! A large number of cracks appeared on its scales, and then it began to fall off. In the next moment, Lin Ling's Sword of Faith was caught in the Golden Armadillo King's scales. This made Lin Ling's expression change drastically. This time, his Sword of Faith failed again. The Golden Armadillo King's defense was too strong. Whoosh! At this time, Lin Ling, who was in midair, felt a gust of wind sweeping over. The Golden Armadillo King's two claws swept toward Lin Ling, and Lin Ling felt that the power of divinity in the claws exceeded 3 trillion. It was too strong, so strong that it was beyond imagination. Lin Ling, be careful! Wu Yuner and the others were also shouting. At this critical moment, Lin Ling activated Lin Ling's universe, and a light shield appeared around them. With a rumbling sound, the claws seemed to be splitting the sky and earth, and cracks appeared on Lin Ling's universe. However, Lin Ling took this opportunity to escape from the claws. He even abandoned the Sword of Faith. You are not my match. Seeing this, young Master Wu sneered, and his eyes were full of arrogance and contempt. He was so strong that he must be one of the strongest middle-stage universe giant gods. There are too many gods here, and more are coming. If we encounter Wanhu, the Silver Moon Clan, and the others, it will be troublesome. Young Master Wu won't be able to defeat them in a short time. While Lin Ling was flying backward, his mind was in deep thought. In the end, he chose to escape. After all, even if he defeated young Master Wu with all his strength, he would have used up all his trump cards. If his enemies from the Silver Moon Clan appeared, Lin Ling would be in trouble. You want to leave? Young Master Wu saw Lin Ling retreating and guessed Lin Ling's thoughts. He sneered and shouted, "If I, young Master Wu, want to kill someone, no one can escape. If I, Lin Ling, want to leave, no one can stop me." As Lin Ling was flying backward, he sneered, and a powerful soul power rushed out. Universe 3 Extremes Break. Formless cosmic rays rushed out from Lin Ling's body, but this time, they didn't attack Golden Armadillo King. Instead, they attacked young Master Wu. Young Master Wu obviously didn't expect Lin Ling to suddenly attack him. Soul power. His expression changed slightly. With a wave of his hands, an endless golden mountain appeared and sealed him inside. The cosmic rays intertwined, passed through the golden mountain, and attacked young Master Wu continuously, causing him to spit out